If that's a good joke, I can't wait for you to read a Laffy Taffy rapper. Who thinks they came in from the furthest away? Where'd you come in from?
Kingston, Ontario.
Kingston, Ontario. For tonight? Fucking why? What brought you here instead of the Toronto show or the Ottawa show or any of the others?
Migrated here from Ontario.
You migrated here, you said from Ontario. Oh.
That's a good joke.
No, it's not. Yeah, that's if that's a good joke, I can't wait for you to read a Laffy Taffy rapper. So you migrated here, so you live here?
Yes.
So you did not come here for the show, unless this is the impetus of why you were like, I don't like Ontario, but also Steve's coming to Halifax. So, how long have you lived here? About a month. Okay. You like it so far?
I'm not moving back.
You're not moving back. That's not what I asked. You like it here because of the people. Okay, cool. That's very nice to say to these people. We'll see what you think by the end of the show. Okay, so who actually understood the question? 22 hours. What? Still Canada?
Yeah.
Where?
Brampton, Ontario.
Brampton, Ontario. And it took you 22 hours to get here?
Yeah.
And again, as someone who has 4 shows in Ontario in the next 8 days, why? You're visiting family. But did you come here for the show?
No.
I'm going to stop asking you questions. I get why you left, by the way, but still. Like, this is ridiculous. Like, I understand that Halifax, you have a reputation for being kind of friendly, and you talk to each other, you're very neighborly, but you don't need to answer questions that don't apply to you. You don't have to be like, hey, when's your birthday? My favorite color is red. Well, that's not what I said at all. What? You drove an hour 40. You're like, let's get back to the fucking topic, alright? I can still win this thing! Thanks for watching and sharing this video. And thank you for following me on YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, and everything else. If you want to watch videos like this before anyone else, check out patreon.com/Steve Hofstetter and come to a live show. I am touring just about everywhere. You can get tickets and see where all my shows are at stevehofstetter.com. Thanks for watching. Am I the for being upset at my fiancé for agreeing to go to a destination wedding that I'm not invited to? My fiancé was invited to the wedding of a couple who I've met once, but I'm not close to. They're getting married on the other side of the world from where we live, which I'd love to visit, and my fiancé is invited, but I'm not, which I feel is a gross violation of social norms. If you invite someone to a wedding, you should invite their partner, especially if you're expecting them to spend thousands of dollars at all their PTO. I discussed a compromise where we planned a vacation there, and I just didn't go to the wedding, but she wants to hang out with all her friends who are going without having to quote-unquote babysit me. Am I being unreasonable, or am I not out of line for being salty about this? When you're in a couple, stop only thinking about yourself. And if for her she's like, hey, this is my friend's wedding, and I don't want to miss it, and I'm going to catch up with a lot of my friends, and it's really important to me that I go. Okay, fine. Well then find a compromise. This kind of thing is how loving relationships start moving toward roommates.
Yeah.
Separate lives are great, but if we start planning our activities to be apart, eventually that just becomes how life works.
I always find it weird when people don't want their partners with the group.
I don't understand when people are just like, oh, I need a break from my partner.
I've never felt that way about you.
Yeah, same.
Theme music.
Theme music.
If I was a really sketchy business person, what kinds of schemes should I do now that nobody at the CFPB is allowed to do their job?
I mean, it's open season.
I'm worried about what we're going to see in the financial marketplace going forward.
Elon Musk says he wants to delete the CFPB. Why do you think he wants to do that?
Because Elon Musk has companies that are involved with payment processing and financial services, and he wants to do whatever he wants to do without the oversight of the government. He wants to be able to be in a position where he can take advantage of consumers without somebody like the CFPB to stand up to him.
Who's going to benefit from the CFPB being dismantled?
The billionaires. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is the only federal agency that is focused on making sure that consumers are not being cheated by financial companies.
I just think without the CFPB, there is really nobody watching over banks and lenders.
Working people are in danger of predatory business practices by big Wall Street firms, by banks, by credit card companies, by credit reporting agencies, by lenders, and it's a danger for everyone.
What's going to happen to working people without the CFPB?
I think they've lost a really strong advocate. They have lost an institution that solely existed to try to help consumers, to make sure that their rights were protected and to get them money back when they weren't.
The public should care because we returned $21 billion to consumers, and that's money that consumers were cheated out of, and we got it back for them.
We have millions of dollars in flux right now that should be going back into the pockets of people who've been ripped off, and I don't know whether that's happening right now.
How do you spell corruption? E-L-O-N. How do you spell corruption? E-L-O-N.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to, this isn't our first sequel detailed diatribe, because we've done like 3 about Superman.
Oh, no, no. Hydrate. Cool. Give me a second, I need to fill my bottle again. Hi, sweetie. Oh my god. Busy, busy girl. Remember, burnout, it happens. Left leg and foot went numb. Fuck. Ah, wake up. Stupid leg. Damn, I can't feel anything. Oh, motherfucker. God, I hate it when that happens. Fuck. Oi, stop doing that. Stupid leg. Ugh. Much better. Oh. Mm. Cheers video? Unhinged lesbian rants about Luca.
it's Rowan, and there's a lot more of you than there was before my last video. If you subscribe because of that cottagecore video, then hello, you're probably interested in seeing kind of vaguely interesting gay stuff that I then go into like way more historical detail and context than anyone ever asked for, in which case, you're gonna like this video as well. And statistically, if you were subscribed before that, you either came from my Captain Marvel video, which, you know, you enjoyed chaotic gay energy, or one of my queer baiting videos, in which case you love just being hurt. I decided to combine all three of those things into this video, so we are going to be looking at 29 movie characters who should have been gay, a deep dive. Think of me as your English Miss Frizzle, and this video is our magic school bus. Incidentally, if anyone wants to draw me as Miss Frizzle, like in one of her dresses, I will literally give you my firstborn. But we are about to take a journey together into the past. So people who are attracted to people of the same gender is nothing new. It's something that's always existed. However, our social idea of a gay identity is more recent. So to demonstrate this, let's look at romantic friendship. That is platonic or non-sexual relationships between people of the same gender that go beyond what is typical for Western limitations of platonic relationships. It's useful to point out here that this is pretty tied up with the gender binary when I say different genders. Traditionally, we are talking about men, and cis women. I think as soon as we get into trans identities and non-binary genders, genderqueer individuals, things like that, we're already kind of queering or changing those traditional ideas of what it is to be a normal person with a platonic relationship. So the concept of romantic friendships is only even conceived of as a category because it goes beyond the limitations of the Western understanding of friendship at the time that that friendship is being labelled as a romantic friendship. If the mainstream concept of what was platonic behaviour stretched to include some elements that we thought of as romantic coded, like open verbal and written expressions of love, massages and hand-holding, sleeping in the same bed every night with no sexual relationship, then it wouldn't be notable at all, just part of friendship culture in general. We can see the ways in which our Western interpretation of the line between platonic and romantic can affect our interpretation and reading of relationships in the example of Chinese streetwear TikTok. Commenters on these TikToks, and sometimes the creators of the videos themselves, often assume that the girls holding hands in these videos are dating, because that is what we assume when we see people holding hands in public. Almost every TikTok comment section in these videos will have teenagers gushing excitedly about how cute the sapphic couples in the video are. However, as Chinese replies are quick to point out, it isn't actually that unusual in China to see female friends on a very platonic level holding hands in public. A social interpretation from one culture or historical period is then placed onto another, and it can be seen as false. In a historical context, romantic friendship is a phrase used to describe close relationships between people of the same gender in times when being gay was not a recognised identity. But here's the thing, historically, how do we know that those relationships weren't sexual? Because of the level of taboo in regards to queer relationships at the time, oftentimes in countries it literally being illegal or punishable by imprisonment, castration, or death to admit your queerness, you can understand how even in private missives, in letters, or in diaries, people wouldn't openly be talking about the sexual elements of their relationship. Even notorious lesbian icon Anne Lister's diary was written in code and almost destroyed by the men who found and decoded it later on. But equally, we cannot assume that all of these relationships were sexual by default. Luckily for us, in this video, we aren't talking about real historical characters. We are talking about fictional ones, and the author is dead, baby! But looking at the ways in which we interpret signs of romance, attraction, and sexuality in real life can give us a sense why so many people see queer pairings or characters or potential in movies in which apparently there aren't any. Our concept of queerness has changed over the years. So what does it look like now? What are the indicators? So of course we have queer coding, queer baiting, and queer catching, which I covered to a ridiculous extent in a previous video series. I will put a link somewhere if you're interested in that. Now these are elements specific to queerness, the way that a character talks or dresses that have been traditionally linked to outward expressions of queerness. However, we also have things like romance coding, which transcend specific sexualities, characters who seem to have romantic potential based on the particular things that we see as romantic on screen. The music that's used in the background of a screen, the way they physically interact with each other, the language they use to describe each other, even the narrative that surrounds them, can all contribute to the sense that this might be a potential romantic couple. And we see it often in films where there is an eventual canon straight couple. We are seated with these ideas, a Big classic trope of this, especially with heterosexual couples, is the enemies to lovers trope. The idea that there are these two characters who absolutely hate each other, but we know because we understand the conventions of romance on screen that they will eventually end up together. So some characters in this video are queer coded, some are romance coded, and then some, honestly, I just thought it would be more like interesting or fun or fitting for them to be gay. For each of them I'll be talking about the ideas behind their inclusion on this list, but I think it's important to remember that we don't have to have a reason to have a queer character. We don't need to default to straight until we have like a very special episode of a TV show or like the gay best friend. We shouldn't have to prove that we should be included, even though it's what I'm basically gonna do in this video now. So I've split these characters into 4 categories. 1, if this was a man and a woman, you'd have made it canon. 2, look, it just would have been better if it was gay. 3, I mean, come on, this whole thing is already so gay, like, who are you trying to fool? And 4, the very concept, nay, the very foundation that you walk upon is homosexual. And yet, you deny our power? Foolish mortals! This category is also known as people have already made an argument for it, or it's basically there already, or this is a little bit of cheeky queer baiting, isn't it? Now this category often has elements of queer coding. That is the way that which characters interact or their mannerisms, kind of showing a stereotypical element of queerness, oftentimes to do with characters who are not explicitly queer in the piece of media itself. This was used in movies across the 20th century in order to show queerness to an audience during a time of censorship when you couldn't openly talk about having queer characters on screen. And the practice from that time of censorship is so ingrained within Hollywood that oftentimes filmmakers will replicate it without necessarily realizing why. And this is a particularly clear example in the case of Disney villains. Again, I've done a video about it. I feel like I've done a video about everything gay in film at this point, so I will link that somewhere as well if you're interested. So although queer coding is traditionally linked to villains or characters that need to be pitied in some way, more recently, specifically within children's media, we've seen queer coding used by queer-friendly creators in order to start to edge towards some kind of representation, even if they can't do it openly and explicitly within the piece of media itself. So in this section I want to talk about couples or characters that have a legitimate queer reading, specifically because if we look at the romance coding surrounding them, this would have been an obvious choice had the couple been a straight one. The characters aren't necessarily queer coded themselves, but the way that they interact with the narrative and the characters around them show that they definitely could be, but you know, heteronormativity is one hell of a drug. We're going to begin at the beginning and start off with the 1950s classic, Singing in the Rain. So Singing in the Rain is a comedy musical which basically deals with a group of actors in the 1920s attempting to make the transition from silent movies to talkies. At the centre of the story are silent movie star Don, his best friend Cosmo, and his love interest Kathy. So if someone showed me this film and told me that it was secretly actually about a polyamorous relationship, I would believe them. It combines the enemies to lovers trope of Don and Kathy, which, as I previously mentioned, is an absolute staple in straight relationships on film, plus the friends to lovers trope with Don and Cosmo, who have a very established kind of besties relationship, to make what has the potential to be an extremely cute relationship. And you would literally not have to change anything to make this happen. Like, the entire plot follows these 3 characters all the way through. But of course we know from our film history that not just a polyamorous relationship, but any kind of queerness would not have made it through the censors of the Hays Code that was in place at the time. This was a time in which Hollywood was under a kind of self-imposed censorship that meant that you would definitely not see any kind of happy, healthy queer relationship on screen, alongside a load of other kind of things that they censored to do with like wrongdoing or sin. This movie is an interesting example of a subtext which a lot of people have picked up on, which is not necessarily demonizing or negative. The famous and honestly delightful song Good Morning is basically them singing about how they've stayed up all night together talking and saving the day and how excited they are about it. In the song itself, the choreography of all 3 mirrors each other. Cosmo and Don dance with Kathy in the same way. Plus, in an extremely scientific piece of evidence, on the fanfic site AO3, Don, Cosmo, Kathy is the top romantic ship of the movie. So like, the people have spoken. Okay, so I was gonna leave that fanfic line in just as like a fun joke, but then as I do, started looking more into it, and I have actual thoughts. So as I was going through my notes, I actually checked on AO3 for each of the different films and found that, yeah, all of these couples, all of these queer couples, rank higher in terms of popularity than heterosexual couples. The only example of a film where this wasn't the case was Rogue One. Now, fanfic has its historical origins in queerness, from those very first fan scenes about Kirk and Spock to the, half a dozen AO3 tabs currently open on my laptop beside me. I genuinely think that this says something interesting about the power of transformative fan works like fan fiction on queer representation. I could honestly make a whole video about why fanfic is so queer. I guess if you want to see that, let me know in the comments. But here's the CliffNotes version. Fanfiction allows us to improve and expand on existing media, and that media is produced by companies which traditionally have been gatekeepers for LGBTQ+ content, either because they explicitly don't want it or because what they assume will sell is something that isn't queer. But fanfic is a non-commercial audience that might be homophobic or wary of going to see a piece of queer media. Fanfic means that you can write what you want. And so a lot of people flock to it because they are not seeing themselves in mainstream media. And so it's no accident that queer pairings are so popular in fandom because they have so often been left out of mainstream media. And fanfic allows people to see themselves and write themselves into these kind of, rom-coms and thrillers and sci-fi stories and coming-of-age narratives that they never normally see themselves reflected in. A more recent movie that had audiences convinced of its queerness is, of course, Captain Marvel with Carol and Maria. So I made a whole goddamn video about this one. I will leave a link to it somewhere. I don't want to just repeat everything I said there, but to summarise: 1. They are raising a child together. 2. Carol regains her lost memories by thinking about Maria in a classic romantic trope. And 3. Their storyline in that movie directly parallels the storyline of a straight couple in the movie. And yet they don't make it gay. Amara's Singing in the Rain was made in an era in which a poly relationship just would not have been a thing you'd have been able to put on mainstream film. This was made in 2019, you guys. The fact that we're still waiting for an
Yeah. He's cold, man. It sucked. But yeah, they should have made Captain Marvel, that part of it, two lesbians raising a child. Because that's what it was. That's what it looked like to us. Well, that's what it looked like to me, and obviously to Rowan. Which is, yeah, they're lesbians. We know they're lesbians. We can see. We have eyes. Marvel scared? Trust me, a lot of your fandom, a lot of your fans, gay. Lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans. Lots of us are sci-fi fans, superhero fans. For Christ's sake, lots of us have actually read comics. Nerd. So, yeah, gay. Very scared.
queer lead in an MCU movie is honestly embarrassing for them. We're looking at the Eternals to give us the first queer lead in an ensemble piece. Let's see how long it takes to get a solo film, I guess. The lack of queer representation in these big blockbuster films that have kind of been slowly increasing diversity in other areas it's an unfortunate reality for several reasons. One is the fear that queer films will not make it past the censors in the international market, particularly in China. You can cut out a small cameo here or a tiny mention with a character over there, but if you're going to have queerness at the centre of a movie or have a romantic couple in that movie that's queer, you can't just cut out those scenes for censors. It becomes unreleasable. But I think it's important to note that it's not just international audiences that are pushing this. In the UK and the US, we have portions of the population who inherently see queerness as inappropriate for these kind of family blockbuster movies or any movie that caters to kids and teens. Even if these queer characters were to adhere to the exact same romantic actions as the straight counterparts do in those movies.
Basically trying to shelter their children in case they get funny ideas. Or we're influencing them. Trust me, we're busy doing other shit to influence your children if they're lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans, or anything else. They're going to come out at some point, or they're going to get out of the house they're living in under yous. Yeah.
Which are not seen as inappropriate, it would still be seen as inappropriate specifically because they are queer. And speaking of the MCU, let's talk about everyone's favourite ride or die besties. It's Captain America and the Winter Soldier, or Steve Rogers and Bucky Barnes. This relationship had such potential, and yet. Now this is a pairing that is very widely recognised. In 2019, there was a survey of like 17,000 people on shipping across all different fandoms, and Stucky, the name for the relationship, came out on top of the list of every other pairing. The Captain America films revolve around these two and the lengths that Steve will go for Bucky. Everything from ignoring orders during the Second World War so he can rescue Bucky from behind enemy lines, to going rogue and defying the authorities and half of the Avengers to protect Bucky in the 21st century. And of course there's the iconic line, "I'm with you to the end of the line," which has such connotations of loyalty and devotion and forever. It's just so romance coded. It is the kind of line that absolutely, if it was a man and a woman who had that line, said it to each other and was used as a callback, that would be a romantic relationship. But instead of allowing for even the possibility of an off-screen happy ending for these two men, in Endgame, they made Steve go back in time to spend his life with his love interest from the first movie, Peggy Carter. And so we can see this as a really good example of this underlying idea which has existed from way back centuries ago, that the ultimate happy ending is a romantic heterosexual relationship. It ties into this idea that romantic love and marriage is the end goal and a reward for good and virtuous characters. This is incidentally the same impulse that brought us things like the Harry Potter epilogue, for example. And we see this attitude of a nuclear traditional family being the end goal across the MCU. Take Natasha, for example. She sees herself as a monster because she's infertile. Now, to my mind, this makes her heroic sacrifice in Endgame even more the worst, because it kind of implies that her life is worth less than Hawkeye's, incidentally a mass murderer's, simply because he's a father and she can't have a family. And Peggy, as we see from her own TV show in her interactions with Steve in the MCU, has her own life. She moved on from Steve. In fact, a large portion of her character arc during her own TV series was getting over that lost love. She got married, she had children, she founded S.H.I.E.L.D., she's doing okay. She wasn't waiting for Steve, breathless at the prospect of his return. She moved on and created her own independent life. And so, as well as shutting down any possibility of an off-screen romance for Bucky and Steve after the end of the movie, it also just felt like a bit of a kick in the teeth to that character to have her be reduced to the love interest of Steve Rogers. Many people have noted the ways in which filmmakers in the later films separated Steve and Bucky after the popularity of that pairing due to the earlier movies. Also noting how significant scenes like Steve and Bucky reuniting in Wakanda aren't shown on screen. In this way, I'm in agreement with one Twitter user, @EstherAnna, who said, Steve and Bucky are constantly forced apart by the narrative because their relationship's built on delayed expressions of affection, and if they interacted for more than 5 minutes, the narrative would have to address these affections and their inherent homoeroticism. Most of the suggestions on this list come in the form of a pair, a potential romantic relationship. And that makes sense because we're taking into account things like the chemistry between characters and actors, and it also allows us to avoid falling into potential stereotypes of what, is inherently gay within a single character. However, sometimes queerness is literally referenced in the text, but is not utilised to its full extent. And oh my god, is that the case with Janice Ian in Mean Girls. In the movie, Janice reveals she used to be friends with the antagonist Mean Girl Regina when they were younger. However, they stopped being friends when Regina began to suspect Janice was a lesbian who had a crush on her and spread the rumour throughout the school. The film uses lesbianism as a nasty rumour to be ashamed of, evidence of Regina's villainy. There's this kind of underlying implication that it isn't the outing of a teen girl which is the bad thing, it's calling her a lesbian in the first place. Janice clearly has a lot of
Hello, Suzzled. Welcome in. Just doing my face. The lovely Rowan. We love her. She is one of the best lesbians I know. Well, on YouTube. Ooh. Jessica? There we go. How are you doing tonight? Happy birthday to me. Dear I'm crap at making up things on the spot. It's my birthday now. Well, technically I was born at 3:10 in the morning. So Another 3 hours, really. But happy birthday to me. Rejoice, I am 46 years old.
Anger and trauma that she's trying to deal with around this event. And that is so rife for an interesting, nuanced exploration of teen sexuality. Like, we could have explored the experience of being outed before you're even out to yourself, or the specific vicious kind of homophobia that lesbians get from other girls, or even finding happiness as a teen gay girl. But we didn't. At the end of the movie, Janice is dating a boy, and obviously bisexuality exists, but this was clearly not meant to be that. It was meant to be Janice being straight and her lesbianism being a nasty rumour that Regina had made up. They gave us a whole outing storyline, and we didn't even get a lesbian out of it. You know what? Just to add a little fun, just a little splash of random, a little something for the family action comedy fans out there, we're going to include Jed and Octavius from Night at the Museum. You know the story. Exhibits at a museum come to life. There's little mini dioramas of the Wild West and a Roman town next to each other. They are bitter rivals, but the leaders of both come together, become reluctant friends, and eventually, if there was any justice in the world, something more. These characters are always together in the movies. Their storylines always revolve in either fighting each other or later on saving each other's lives. And the movie itself absolutely knows what it's doing with this subtext. Jed, the cowboy character played by Owen Wilson, says the line, "I ain't quitting you," which is so obviously a thinly veiled reference to the iconic line from Brokeback Mountain, a movie about gay cowboys, "I wish I knew how to quit you." We also get a scene where they hold hands in their last moments as they prepare to die side by side. And because I know you want to know, yes, they are the most popular pairing in the Night at the Museum fandom. Night at the Museum, incidentally, has almost 1,000 fics. And you know what? Shout out to the fanfiction writers who are writing in a fandom with under 1,000 fics. Like, that's dedication. Almost no one's reading those. Also, just a fun little fact to sprinkle in here, 23 of those fics, it turns out, are Napoleon Bonaparte / Al Capone. Because why not? So this section is for movies I legitimately think would have been
Okay, that's got me wondering. Napoleon Bonaparte and Al Capone. Interesting. I get, curious. How do they come up with these ones?
better if they made it gay. So maybe it would have added meaning to the film, had higher stakes, it would have developed a backstory better, like it just would have been better writing. When we talk about gay characters and increasing representation in the industry, we are often met with this kind of impossible duality of demands, right? So on one hand, people don't want characters that are gay for no reason. Okay, so we make a character where being gay is like a really inherent part of their character. Oh, but they also don't want gay characters where being gay is their whole personality, it's all that they are. It's a no-win scenario, and it's also never a question that we ask about straight characters. We don't need a reason to make a character straight because of course we don't, but we also don't need a reason to make a character queer either. We shouldn't be defaulting to straight for every lead, specifically straight, white, male, able-bodied. There are stories where someone's sexuality or gender identity has no bearing on the plot, and others where it's an integral part of it, and both of those can be amazing films.
So's old Jew legend, thank you for the bits. Oh, if I got Rowan too loud. Oops. I'll put her down a bit. Did you see that, sweetie? It worked! Yay! We saw the bits and we heard the noise. So very happy. Yay! Woohoo! I knew we'd get there eventually. See? Not boomers.
There are just as many stories about gay characters as there are about straight characters. You just have to do the mental leap to put them into stories that the film industry has neglected to put them into for decades. So this film has resurfaced recently in the kind of meme discourse areas of the internet. But I'm going to leave a discussion on like anti-Irish sentiments and British colonialism for another YouTuber in another video. We're just going to talk about the gay stuff here. Bend It Like Beckham is a romantic comedy sports film that tells the story of Jess, a British Indian teenager who dreams of becoming a footballer. The theme of the film is basically being true to yourself in the face of family disapproval, which, you know, it's pretty gay when you think about it. Now, this is a film where the possibility of the lead characters being gay is dangled in front of us, a little worm on a hook. Jess constantly reacts throughout the film with a feeling of revulsion and disgust anytime anyone mentions her having a romantic relationship with a boy, including the iconic line, "Kissing me, a boy? You're all mad, you're all bloody mad!" Like that and "You're a wanker number 9" it's peak British lesbianism, let's be real. There's a misunderstanding within the plot itself that leads to a number of supporting characters believing that the two girls are dating. Jules tells her awkwardly homophobic mother, Paula, that being a lesbian isn't even that big of a deal after she's accused of being gay. And although Paula kind of for a second seems like she might be able to reconcile and be like not the worst, later on when she's confronted with like the reality of this girl that her daughter might secretly be dating, she has this to say: "How could you be all respectful here with your lot when you've been kissing my daughter in broad daylight? Get your lesbian feet out of my shoes!" Again, like with Janice Ian in Mean Girls, we're having these interactions playing out as if they are giving us a queer storyline, but we don't actually get any representation. And in this case, it's specifically played for jokes. It's the kind of knowing farce that means that the audience knows that they aren't gay and that we're meant to laugh at these characters wildly assuming that they are. Now obviously gender presentation in real life is no indication of sexuality or of gender identity. However, when we're looking at films where they carefully pick people's outfits, people's hairstyles, their makeup, in order to infer things about the character, we can see how these characters are presented in a way that seems like kind of gay. They choose to have Jess and Jules both dressed in a very masculine style. They wear a lot of sports clothes, they don't really do their hair or do their makeup. They have a scene where Jules and her mother go bra shopping and Jules kind of stays by the sports bras and her mum gets really annoyed at her about it. She says, "Oh no, sweetheart, not the sports bras, they're so plain." And Jules replies, "No one's going to see them." To which her mum says, "It's not how they look, it's how they make you feel." The disconnect there between mother and daughter, the fact that Paula cannot...
Hello, someone with rather large breasts here. Sports bras are good for me because my spine is fucked and I need to keep these under control so it doesn't degrade me anymore, or to a lesser degree. So I try to buy sports bras whenever I can, but my mother, God bless her, she keeps on buying me glamour bras, like push-up ones, which give me very little support. And because my ribs and my spine are kind of fucked, they dig in something rotten. I keep on saying to her, just buy me a cheap sports bra. They do exist, please, I beg of you. I have to spend like 50, 60 quid on a decent sports bra to keep these in check if I'm going out. I just wear a simple cotton non-wired bra in the house. And I get super hubby to massage me. But if I'm going out and these need controlled. Like tomorrow I'll be wearing, or today, when I go out for curry and a cocktail with super hubby. Oh God, it's been ages since I've been to an actual Indian restaurant. I will tell everyone what it is like when I stream later on, like midnight later today. Can't wait. So I need sports bra. Not that I play sports or anything really. Just need these under control. But those lovely girls would need them to keep control so they can do brilliant football, which they do in that film actually. Kind of like Bend It Like Beckham. Suppose it's okay. But yeah, they need sports bras so they don't damage themselves when they're playing for the 90 minutes. Can he wear a glamour bra playing football? What the fuck?
seem to comprehend that actually the way that Jules feels about those bras is bad. She doesn't like them. They don't make her feel good. This kind of projection of a very strict gender binary onto her daughter is absolutely an experience of queerness. And then there's the ending. Jess gets her self-confessed dream of going to America to play football with Jules. And although at that point she is with the romantic male interest, the football coach, that's not actually part of her dream. That's more of a, oh, we're going to try and make long distance work extra. Her happy ending is with Jules. Now, there's been unsubstantiated claims online that the original script of Bend It Like Beckham was in fact gay, and the director decided to tone it down. And Keira Knightley got asked about this, and this is what she had to say. Fuck yeah, that would have been amazing. I think they should have been too. I think that would have been great. We need a sequel. And honestly, I cannot explain to you how much I would be on board with that. I made a video about these two literally years ago when The Force Awakens was released, and I stand by them as a viable couple. And I'm not the only one.
Finn and Poe Dameron? Interesting. I could ship it. That'd be cool. Yeah, that'd be cool.
Similar to Keira Knightley, Poe's actor Oscar Isaac has made no secret of how much he wanted Finn and Poe to happen. Personally, I kind of hoped and wished that maybe that would have been taken further in the other films, but I don't have control. It seemed like a natural progression, but sadly enough, it's a time when people are too afraid, I think, of I don't know what. You know, it's something that hadn't quite been explored yet, particularly the dynamic between these two men in war that had fallen in love with each other. I would try to push it a bit in that direction, but the Disney overlords were not ready to do that. And this was such an amazingly refreshing thing to hear from an actor.
Oh, that's quite a way to describe them. Disney overlords. Sound like villains. Yeah, at least you tried. But they wouldn't have listened to you. Which sucks. More bisexuals. More gay men. And for crying out loud, more lesbians. More trans. Not sure that's going to happen anytime soon, which really fucking sucks. Maybe if they start doing LGB, might actually get a trans character in major franchises like Marvel, Disney movies, Star Wars for instance. That'd be cool. But until they start changing, I don't see it happening anytime soon, unfortunately. Boo.
Especially one in such a massive franchise, because it gave fans who had seen the romantic tension and possibility between those characters the hope that they weren't crazy. They weren't seeing things or projecting their own agenda into something that isn't there. We have an actor openly saying, yeah, I tried to make that happen. That's something that I put into my performance. It's just, it wasn't made canon because of people above my pay grade. These two fight together, they protect each other. Poe is the first person to treat Finn as a human being since his childhood, but Finn also grows as an autonomous being outside of simply a hero worship of Poe. And then there's the jacket. So sharing clothes, and actually particularly giving someone your jacket in high school, the Letterman jacket thing, is very romance coded. And when they reunite and Finn tries to give Poe the jacket back, he says that he should keep it because it looks better on him. I just think if that had been a man and a woman doing that in that scene, there would have been no question that that was going to be the start of a build-up of a romantic relationship between them. And I will say this is also backed up by some crazy good chemistry between the actors involved. Interestingly, J.J. Abrams has also spoken out about Poe and Finn, describing their relationship as being a far deeper one than a romantic one, not just because of the trial by fire by which they met, but also because of their willingness to be as intimate as they are, as afraid as they are, as unsure as they are, and still be bold, and still be daring and brave. This to me is a complete cop-out. The idea that they couldn't be in a queer romantic relationship and also be like brave and daring is slightly ridiculous to me. The idea that we should be grateful that we didn't get this historic queer romance in this massive franchise because actually we got something deeper. It's bullshit, my dude. We could have had a queer couple in the most mainstream sci-fi franchise in the world, and instead we got two vaguely nameless women kissing in a crowd scene. We could have had boyfriends who became generals and led the resistance together, and instead we got two buddies who got kind of shoehorned into awkward romantic relationships with women. Women who, by the way, could have had their own plot lines instead. It's a win-win for everyone. You know what? Because the fact the only canonical queer character in this entire 9-film epic series was a background kiss is bullshit, I'm gonna do another Star Wars couple. Chirrut is a blind monk with an utmost faith in the Force, while Baze is a freelance assassin hired to protect him. The old married couple energy is palpable. As writer Carl Buchanan said in his article for Slate about the film, whenever Chirrut launches into a spiel about the Force, a bemused Baze treats him like a spouse telling the upteenth iteration of a well-worn anecdote. They have these little interactions in the film that betray this kind of familiar, sentimental, despite themselves kind of affection between them. Like Baze telling Chirrut that he doesn't need the Force if he's got him. My heart, guys. And I guess, like, warning for the ending of Rogue One if you haven't seen it yet, but like, with that ending, these two enter into the pantheon of the most classic of queer tropes, the one where we always die. And looking at the way those deaths were portrayed, one of them dying in the other's arms, and then that person being spurred on by that death, charging into battle, like, repeating the other's mantra to himself, like, that's gay, my dudes. And also, just because, like, why not? The novelization of Rogue One actually has some pretty gay bits in it as well, which I'm going to read to you. Once again, the Empire had stolen meaning from Baze. He might have screamed if not for the man he held. The Force is with me, he repeated, and I am with the Force. He advanced on the men and women who had taken his past, his home, his friend, his hope, his faith, but he did not stray far from Chirrut. I mean, speaking of an old married couple vibe, we gotta talk about Lou and Deb. Here are just some choice dialogue examples. I'm not your partner, yet. Oh honey, is this a proposal? Baby, I don't even have a diamond yet. Even Debbie explaining the reason she started dating the ex-boyfriend who put her in prison. Lou and I were going through a rough patch. They also call each other honey and baby like seconds before Debbie feeds Lou a forkful of food. To make an all-lady remake of a film and then have none of them be gay is, like, honestly a travesty. The classic love interest from your past, the on-again, off-again, tumultuous relationship that keep being drawn back to each other, the quippy flirting, the chaotic cool aunt vibes. You wouldn't have to change anything about the story, just, like, let the criminal masterminds kiss a bit, you know? And our final couple in this section, let's chat about the fresh-faced little hobbits Sam and Frodo. They go on an epic quest together, they refuse to leave each other's side, they keep each other going, and I just think it would have been cute if they had kissed, and I make no apologies for that. The romantic potential of, I can't carry the ring, but I can carry you. The idea of a small but true bond of love, conquering all by sneaking into the very heart of darkness that is Mordor in order to Glad you're here with me, at the end of all things, Sam. I mean, maybe they're an established couple, maybe they discover their feelings on the road, maybe the reason why Sam was hanging out outside the window at Bag End at the beginning of the film is because he was leaving Frodo a love letter. I don't know, I'm just riffing here, guys. And you also have to love this quote from the book itself. Well, you have now, Sam, dear Sam, said Frodo, and he lay back in Sam's gentle arms, closing his eyes. Sam felt that he could sit like this in endless happiness. So this section is about movies that have a concept, background, or setting which is just, like, inherently queer, and yet they have no canonical queer characters. I wish I had something kind of intellectual to add to this, like I did for the beginning of the other sections, but, like, honestly, it's just a mystery. Why didn't they make it gay? Honestly, it blows my mind that Drew Barrymore managed to make a film starring Ellen Page doing roller derby and they didn't make it a queer movie. Like, that is genuinely one of the gayest sentences that I have ever uttered. In Whip It, Ellen Page plays Bliss, a girl who escapes both her mother's pressure to compete in beauty pageants and her dead-end job by trying out for a local roller derby team. So let's talk about roller derby for a second. It is not exclusively a gay sport. However, the way in which its foundations have been built in the modern era means that it is often thought of as one. While most sports are still waiting for out-professional male players or arguing about female athletes' hormone levels, the Women's Flat Track Derby Association has encoded in their policy that they are committed to inclusive and anti-discrimination practices in relation to all trans, intersex, and gender-expansive participants. Studies throughout the world have revealed how widespread this discomfort and even fear is for queer athletes. It's no coincidence how popular queer-specific, swimming classes or athletics classes or dance classes are. People want a space where they can feel comfortable, and they don't necessarily feel that way in mixed spaces. For me, it was a real missed opportunity for Whip It to be able to include this key aspect of roller derby within its story, especially because it would have fed so obviously into the themes of found family and of, carving your own path and being true to your own identity that the film has within it already. Quick question, is there anything more gay than musical theatre? Up next is the Disney Channel duo Chad and Ryan. Specifically, let's talk about Chad and Ryan's musical number in the second movie, I Don't Dance, which is so obviously a metaphorical performance about Chad's denial of his bisexuality. The clash of baseball and sports that Chad knows that is comfortable and expected, heterosexuality, with dancing that is new and a bit frightening, something he fears will end in social ridicule, homosexuality. And also the idea that he has to pick between one or the other. If you're the kind of boy who likes baseball, then you can't also be the kind of boy who likes to dance. Him and Ryan have this weird tension-filled dynamic the whole way through the song, starting with that bat thing. They have these little smirks and smiles and giggles that they do towards each other the whole time. It's like a courting ritual, and it ends, unfortunately not with them kissing, but it does end with them not just swapping shirts, but swapping their entire outfits and then proceeding to just kind of sit basically in each other's laps after the game. I honestly urge you to go and check out the video for this song on YouTube, because the comment section is just full of people thinking the exact same thing as me. And the whole thing honestly becomes even more hilarious when you remember that there's that whole storyline in those movies where Troy is convinced that Gabriella is cheating on him with Ryan. And then they also make Ryan and Kelsey get together. They were so desperate for us to not think that Ryan was gay, even though they had given him every stereotype of a gay boy that they possibly could. They just didn't want to give us that rep. But joke's on them, because Kelsey's also a lesbian, and her and Ryan went to the prom together as platonic queer besties. She's the Man is an iconic teen adaptation of Shakespeare's Twelfth Night, which, let's be real, is already pretty gay. This modernisation sees Viola disguise herself as a twin brother in order to play soccer and prove herself when her girls' team is shut down. In the movie, Olivia genuinely falls for Viola. Viola is disguised as Sebastian, but it is still her. She's not pretending to be her brother in terms of personality or anything like that when they're together. Meanwhile, Amanda Bynes' Viola is busy falling for Channing Tatum's Duke, so we got ourselves a love triangle, people. And the way they solve this love triangle is to have Olivia end up with Sebastian, the boy she has never met, and who, let's be real, doesn't actually look that much like his sister disguised as him. Duke and Viola also get together, but they, similar to Mulan and Li Shang, do not even attempt to go into the implications of the fact that this boy fancied this person when he thought that they were also a boy. There are so many ways in which we could have had some interesting queer exploration in this movie. We obviously could have had Viola and Olivia be together at the end. We could have even had Duke in on that as a little poly relationship, a la Singing in the Rain from earlier in this video, or even just having any kind of exploration of Duke coming kind of into a queer identity when he realises how much he is attracted to Viola as Sebastian. But no, we got none of that. The film does do a tiny bit to try and critique things like Duke's kind of hyper-masculine elements, where he gets kind of defensive when he's referred to as being sensitive, or anyone suggests that he's anything less than the ideal man. But to my mind, they don't really go far enough with even that. And the final section is about movies whose themes and allegories within them so obviously play into a queer reading, and yet they lack that representation. The issue of movies seeming to make some kind of metaphorical statement about identity or oppression when the movie itself falls into those very traps is a whole thing. Think about movies which are metaphorically, allegorically meant to be about racism or colonialism, but they end up not using any actors of colour, or relying on racist stereotypes to portray the other. Welcome to the world of Aesop's fables for clueless adults, where we have aliens or animals or straight white dystopias in order to show you what real human beings actually go through. The first on this list, and I know we've already touched two specific examples of this one, is superheroes. People who feel different from the rest of the population, forced to live secret lives, scared of being outed, dressed in skin-tight lycra. That's gay, baby! So I started writing this section, and then I kept writing, and then I went into a massive hole of research, and I had to pull myself out of it to actually be able to finish this script on time to get this video out, but it means I'm going to be doing a whole video about superheroes and queerness, so if you are interested in seeing that, I guess subscribe so you know when that's coming out in the next couple of months. In that video, I'm going to talk about everything from that like awful, cringeworthy cameo in Endgame to the Rage comics in Queer as Folk to the like weird coming out scene in X2. But essentially, in short, the fact that we have never had a queer lead in an MCU movie after how many movies have they produced at this point is genuinely ridiculous. Narratively, it works on so many levels. There are already so many characters to choose from across the world of comics, and some that have even been in the movies already, like Valkyrie, for example. And even what little we've had from other studios, like characters in Deadpool and Birds of Prey, I think really betray that age rating issue that I've talked about earlier in the video, the fact that we can have some queer characters or mentions, but it has to be in movies that are not the classic kind of mainstream blockbuster movies from those studios. And finally, we've got to talk about the OGs. People were seeing the gay here before you were born. It is the ship that arguably birthed what we know of as fandom today. From zines to fanfic, it was nurtured in the chalice of Kirk and Spock. It's the 23rd century, and Gene Roddenberry is imagining the beautiful, accepting world of the future. And yet, no gays. This quote from Dan Deavy, an entertainment journalist and Star Trek expert, pretty much sums up the issue here. Roddenberry's vision is that everyone is equal, everyone is accepted, there is no conflict left between human beings. So to just ignore the fact that gays exist was basically saying that we're not going to make it to the future. We're going to be gay converted at some point and the gays will not exist. So why Kirk and Spock? Well, you've got that classic opposites attract, the cool rationality of Spock, this kind of passionate, cheeky element of Kirk. There are a number of scenes that fans point out that specifically lend themselves to a romantic reading. So let's talk about hands for a second. Vulcans, of which Spock is one, have sensitive hands. It's one of the reasons given for the Vulcan salute, the idea that, you know, as humans, normally when we greet someone, we're going to be touching hands, we're going to be handshaking, high-fiving, you know, whatever it might be, and this is the kind of greeting that you give in a species where hands are sensitive. Okay, so we've been interrupted by my cat, who is adorable and fucking massive, and she's going to attempt to sit on my lap, so I may have to get her to leave if she's meowing too much.
Ooh, big kitty. That is a big kitty. No, leave her. I like the meow. I like the purring. That's cool. That means kitty content.
But we're nearly finished, Kat. We've been filming for like 3 hours. Please, just let me get to the end of this. So to Vulcans, touching hands means something. We see them doing the like 2-finger hand touch at weddings during Ponfar, which is like their mating ritual. Like, it's a thing. But like in the 1979 film, like at his bedside, Kirk is properly holding Spock's hand, like they are like multi-hand holding at that point. It is well established that Kirk is dedicated to the Enterprise. Although he does have like female romantic partners, he will always like leave them behind or, you know, sacrifice that relationship for the Enterprise and his duties to her. However, he very frequently goes against protocol and against the wishes of like the higher ups within Starfleet in order to protect Spock. And when Spock is resurrected in Star Trek 3, similar to Carol regaining her memories because of Maria, it is Kirk that prompts him to remember. Kirk is the first thing that he recalls. So ends our list. So I think this was a kind of part light-hearted look at the ways in which kind of queer characters can be included in any genre, any style of film, but I also think it exposes some criticisms people have of a lack of queer representation. You know, the ways in which queerness is still viewed as inherently adult, the way that it is sexualized so that even when it's just two characters, you know, holding hands or showing an innocent kiss, it's seen as inappropriate for children. It also shows us the way that a lot of queer viewers are essentially gaslit when they point out this kind of romance coding or the chemistry or queer coding that they see within movies, and then they're told that they're crazy for even suggesting it. We can see the ways that actors like Keira Knightley and Oscar Isaac can be completely for their characters being queer. This is not something necessarily coming from actors saying that they're not comfortable with that role or anything like that, or even the writers kind of shutting it down and saying it can't happen, but people higher up within the company. I tried to include in this video a mix of background information, historical context, criticism, and obviously gay yearning. So if that's up your street, then please subscribe if you want to see more videos like that. There's It's basically what I do on this channel. As I mentioned, upcoming videos are going to include the superhero and queerness deep dive, the long-awaited deep dive into the pirate show Black Sails, the comparison to Game of Thrones, and also one about gender and the way that it plays into modern horror films. So if any of those seem up your street, feel free to subscribe. And as always, if you want to help support me make these videos, I'm going to leave a link to my Patreon along with all my social media, so you can find me all over the internet in the description. And until I see you next time, bye. When Spock is resurrected in Star Trek 3, as I'm saying this, I'm like, this is the nerdiest I've ever been in a video. This whole video is just me being like, hi guys, have you heard about sci-fi and Lord of the Rings? But that is who I am.
Jamie. Come on. Bring over.
Hello. My lawyer has informed me that before the start of this video, I must read the following statement. For legal reasons, and so Mickey Mouse doesn't shoot off my kneecaps as I sleep tonight, this video is a joke. Buongiorno everyone, you may remember me from such classics as that chaotic Captain Marvel video and the one with the gay meerkats. Today, as you can tell by my incredible outfit and also the title of this video, I will be talking about the new Disney movie, Luca, and how absolutely gay it was. So here's the thing, when the trailer for this movie came out, I made a TikTok about how gay it was, and I feel extremely vindicated because I literally have finished watching this movie about 10 minutes ago, and all I've done since is sent out some text messages to friends being like, I really just want to make a chaotic video about this. Should I do that? To give them time to tell me, no, Rowan, you're meant to be on holiday. This isn't your house. You're in an Airbnb. You're meant to be relaxing. None of them have replied yet, so I've started recording, we're making the video. Now, I already know there are going to be people who have clicked on this video specifically to hate on it, who have seen the title and are like, you shouldn't have gay people in children's media, that's wrong. Get out of here, this video isn't for you. You can watch one of my other videos justifying how that's like an incorrect opinion to hold. I can't be bothered with this video trying to justify it, we're just gonna go for it. Okay, so here's the thing, to start off with. I'm like in this wheelie chair, it's very chaotic. I feel like this is the energy this video is going to have. I also know that some people are going to be like, actually the writers and directors of this movie have come out to say that it specifically isn't meant to be a queer story. I have a secret for you. If you are a writer or a director of a film and so many people have commented on the apparent queer subtext of your movie that you have to come out and make a statement saying actually it isn't gay, it means it's gay. Like, this isn't even a point that I have on my list, but like, I'm not being funny, it's about mermaids, dude. I know they're not technically mermaids, they're sea monsters, but like, whatever. You cannot be making a movie about some like gay little mermaid boys who live on the Italian Riviera, right? And not expect and make them gay and not expect people to like notice it. You just can't. Also, here's another secret. It doesn't matter what the writers say. It doesn't matter what the director says because the author's dead, baby, right? We make the rules. If we see it and we can justify it, it's there. Welcome to English Lit 101, gang. Also, please appreciate I added lots of blush across my nose and cheeks because I'm getting into character. So here's the thing, this movie explored queerness in 3 different ways, right? So the first way was self-discovery, the second way is the relationship with queer people and their families, and the third way is the relationship between queer people and society. And you might be like, Rowan, what, you're meant to be doing a slightly unhinged video. Why are you suddenly breaking it into different sections? It's because I've never been relaxed for a day in my life, and as I was watching, I was making notes. So number 1, let's talk about self-discovery, right? So this element is basically, Luca is the one who is kind of discovering himself, okay? And what happens is he comes out of the ocean, he becomes a little human boy, and he makes friends with Alberto, right? His self-discovery is very much through the lens of this boy Alberto, who is more confident than him. He's really cool, he's really like knowledgeable, and Luca has a crush, basically. You know what? Let's talk about Silenzio Bruno. See, I'm sorry, it's the only time I'm going to do an accent in this whole video, I apologise. Because that whole thing, it's like, hey, if you have a little voice in your head that's telling you no, that's telling you not to try things, that's telling you to like be safe in your little bubble that you've been growing up in, just say silence, Bruno. Just say no, we're going to try new things, we're going to put ourselves out there, okay? So Bruno in this situation, right, is like a manifestation of heteronormativity. It's a manifestation of like the ways in which as a young queer person you are told how to act, how to be, and that there is a pressure inside you, right, an internalized homophobia that tells you, you cannot do that, you cannot be that. And by saying like silence Bruno, you allow yourself to experience these things, you allow yourself to try, put yourself into, situations that traditionally you are told you're not allowed to be in. Oftentimes in media, queer young people are described as like being the outsider, stuff like that, like in kind of coy terms. In this movie, they use the term underdogs because I'm also fully, this isn't the point of this like video, but I'm also fully aware of the fact that Julia is a lesbian. Okay, so I've just realised that beeping is the fire alarm in this Airbnb whose batteries have run out. So the fire alarm is also going to be adding to the chaos. We're just going to...
I thought I was hearing that here in my flat. Oh, fun fact, all the smoke alarms and carbon monoxide detectors in flats, and most flats, housing association flats, they're all wired into the electrics. So they'll never go off. They'll never run out of battery. Obviously they're getting run by the power coming into the flat. Which makes it hell of an easier. It's a bit of a faff changing the batteries in a fire alarm. Just saying, be easier just to wire it into your fuse box.
Have to deal with it. Okay, I'm feeling the need to pace. Basically, the relationship between Luca and Alberto is the like center point of his self-discovery. Okay, so he's having this crush for the first time. Clearly, the relationship between them is really very clearly kind of like a cute, innocent childhood crush, romance coded, right? So let's talk about some elements of it. Okay, first of all, let's talk about Alberto's jealousy for a second, because oh my god, he is so obviously jealous of Luca's friendship with this girl, right? He is constantly kind of like annoyed and frustrated and has that anger that like kids have when they are jealous, but they don't really understand why they're feeling that way. Like, it was so obviously to me the idea of like a boy who has a crush and is annoyed at his crush hanging out and seeming to like maybe be interested in someone else, but he can't really necessarily articulate that, which goes like double, triple for queer people who like aren't meant to be feeling those feelings anyway as well. The whole storyline between these two boys is that they want to buy a Vespa and run away together. They want to run away into the Italian countryside together on the back of their one Vespa. They're not even springing for two Vespas. They're not going one each. They want to go on one Vespa. With Alberto, right, we also have this whole thing where he has been abandoned by his father, okay? Like, he is functionally the role of like the queer character who's been rejected by his family and is trying to keep it from everyone. He's been on his own for so long, this like actual child, that he like has given up doing the tallies on the wall, right? He's just kind of marking off the days, but he's saying he's not even counting anymore because that's how long it's been since he's seen his family. And the idea of like his family thinking they'll be better off without him is fucking heartbreaking. And he says to Luca, this is exactly what he says to Luca, he says, "You're not like me, you're the good kid, I'm the one that ruins everything," right? And this is the point at which Luca is still kind of denying his sea monsterness to everyone else, aka denying his queerness to everyone else, whereas Alberto has like outed himself as a sea monster, and so, like, are you picking up what I'm putting down here? There are also so many moments that are like so cute and kind of romance coded in the way that you would do them in like films where you're explicitly trying to show a romantic relationship. The bit at the end with sort of big gesture where Alberto comes with the umbrella and says, again, I'm reading from my notes here because I want to get the quote exactly right, "Stay right there, I'm coming for you," like the big hero saves the day moment, adorable. And then finally, we have their goodbye scene at the train station at the end of the movie. Are you kidding me? Luke had been sad to see his friend go to school, but like he wasn't weeping and sobbing about it, right? And then him and Alberto have this like conversation in which it becomes clear him and Alberto are going to be separated, and suddenly that boy is a mess. Like, this clearly is a different kind of level of friendship than what he has with this girl. They're saying shit to each other like, "I can't do this without you, you're never without me." Like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? This is adorable. These two boys holding hands until the last second and like running after the train and crying as soon as they're out of eyeshot of each other. Are you serious? Okay, and here's something else. Here's something else that I think is so interesting about this, right? So you have Luca, and Luca's storyline is all about like coming to terms with his identity, with being himself, all this kind of stuff, with his queerness. And then Alberto's storyline is all about feeling abandoned by your actual biological family and having to find another kind of family. And so his ending, it totally makes sense that he doesn't go to school with the others, right? That the ending isn't them like getting together or kissing or whatever. One, because obviously Disney is homophobic, sorry Mickey, and they wouldn't let it happen. But two, because actually Alberto's storyline, the conclusion of his storyline, it makes total sense for it to be that he's going to stay with Massimo, right? That he is been adopted, that he has been like supported and accepted by this father figure, the one who is missing from his life, right? Okay, so that's the first thing, your sense of self-discovery. Now we're going to talk about the second thing, which is the acceptance from society, right? So society in this case is the town, right? The port town with all of the people. So in this port town, sea monsters are evil, they are feared, they are hated, okay? Metaphorically, we're talking about homophobia, right? We literally have the main bully saying like, you two don't belong here, get out of my town. And like, he's saying stuff like this before they've ever even come out to him. It's kind of this angle of like, before they've even come out to themselves, they are being bullied for being gay, right? Before someone even knows that they're gay, they somehow know that they're gay and they get bullied for it. Like, I feel like I'm not the only one that had that experience in school. The bully guy literally says this line, okay? We're afraid of you. Everyone is horrified and disgusted by you because you are monsters. There was a part of me that I was like, ouch. Fucking ouch. Like, this is really, like, this is not the movie that as a queer kid I'm gonna go to escape. This is a movie where I'm like, wow, why don't you just make me sad, okay? Because that's what that's doing to me. There is no escapism here, it's just my reality. My favourite bit of this whole thing is that the townspeople who hated sea monsters before, they just stopped hating sea monsters. Not when they prove themselves to be like not monsters at all, but when they win a race. It's like, hey, wouldn't it be a good world if homophobia could be cured by like, I just had to win a race that was sponsored by a pasta company and then it will be gone. Wouldn't that be great? Also that there are these two sea monster ladies, aka two elderly lesbians, that out themselves, like they come out as sea monsters at the end once they see the young people being accepted, and I'm like, that feels very queer to me too. It doesn't take a genius to look at this story and be like, oh yeah, there's a town full of people who hate this secret thing that you are like hiding about yourself as a young person. It's not rocket science, people, okay? It's gay science. Also, the big, like, climactic moment of the entire movie is Luca doing a slow motion rescue scene of this boy he has a crush on and, like, outing himself at the same time, right? We have this whole story. I'm going to talk about the outing thing in a second, but we have this basically whole storyline that we see all of the time in queer media of like gay person who is in the closet is put in a position where they have the choice whether they want to come out or not, and they don't. But then not only that, they double down on like a kind of homophobia to protect themselves, right? So it's like no one could suspect I'm gay if I'm homophobic at the same time. And oftentimes they'll do it by betraying someone who trusted them, who has like been outed or comes out as gay first, and instead of like following suit and supporting them, actively becomes like even more homophobic to cover it up. And this is no exception, except apparently they're not gay, they're just sea monsters. We've heard that before, Mickey. Let's talk about the outing scene, shall we? I say outing scene, it's not really an outing. I was convinced that Alberto was gonna out Luca in that scene and I was getting really worried, but he doesn't, he ends up outing himself. Here's the thing, oh Jesus Christ. Every line in this movie that's about sea monsters, you literally could just change it to being queer and it would make complete and total sense. So there's this line where he says, I doubt your school would even accept sea monsters, right? The idea of like, oh, people like us welcome at your school, they probably wouldn't want us there, we probably wouldn't be safe there, like all of these implications. And then he swims into the sea and outs himself. And then Luca, instead of not even outing himself as a sea monster, but even outing himself as like a sea monster supporter, even sea monster agnostic, someone with no opinions of sea monsters. Instead he's like, sea monster! Like he's actively scared, right? As a defense mechanism. And you're like, this is so sad, but also so relatable. It completely makes sense as the dark moment for that character, making this big mistake and like betraying his own sense of self that he's trying to develop through this whole movie, right? He's not ready to come out yet, but he's also overcompensates by being gay, fish, homophobic. There are so many chairs in this living room. Hang on. Let's do there's a piano stool. I'll sit on the piano stool for this third one. Oh my god, this is so much heavier than I thought, Jesus Christ. Okay, so this third way that there's like a queer reading, this is where it gets complicated, right? So like it's not a one-on-one queer metaphor in a lot of ways, because if the thing that makes you queer, right, is being a sea monster, then why are all of his family sea monsters? Like that doesn't quite work. So it kind of like you have to treat it as three separate things, right? You have to treat the self-identity thing as separate from the townsfolk and the society, as separate from the family reaction to him, right? His parents not understanding him is like huge. That's a big theme in any coming of age type movie, right? Your parents don't understand you, par for the course, that's kind of how it works. Either that or your parents are dead, right? Because otherwise they wouldn't let you go off and be the chosen one. They'd be like, do your homework, be inside by 9. So I cannot stress enough how his parents are going to send him away, right? That is the whole thing. His parents are going to send him away to live with his see-through uncle in like a remote part of the ocean. If that doesn't scream conversion therapy to you, I don't know what will. Like, the parents are feeling disconnected from him, right? And that scares them. So, like, I think the mum literally says, it's like I don't even know who he is, right? This idea of like, there's something different about him and I don't know what it is and I don't know who he is, and like that is very scary for parents, right? But it's also scary for parents to see their kids going into a situation that they feel like could be dangerous, right? Which I think is a very interesting and nuanced portrayal of parents of queer kids, right? That there is something in between. I support you fully, everything's great, and I hate you, I'm homophobic, get out of my house. And it's this middle ground of like, hey, I love you, you're amazing, but I'm still very scared for you, I'm still really worried. Potentially that might come out as being controlling, wanting, you know, saying you want the best for them and not letting them have queer friends, all that kind of jazz, right? And we can see that happening here, right? We can see the metaphors, ding, 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 ding. Again, it's a very mixed metaphor situation because the whole like sea monster thing is going on at the same time. But you can see where I'm going with this, right? There's this exchange between the two of them at the end where one of them is like, we can't let him stay in this world, can we? And the other one replies with, some people, they'll never accept him, but some will. And it's like, hey, I am allowing my child to go out into the world as a queer person, as someone who is different, as someone who some people may still hate, but other people will accept. And now I've seen that acceptance, I feel more comfortable letting him go. I don't need to send him to conversion therapy with like see-through Uncle Jeff anymore. Can we see how these three different kinds of storyline, right, are telling these three elements of the queer experience in such an interesting way, even if they didn't mean to? I dare you to watch this movie, right? And just open yourself up to the possibility, okay? Just in your head, just watch it with the idea of like, they were trying to make this a gay metaphor. Just watch it like that. And you will see everything I have seen with these two eyes, okay? You will see it. What is so frustrating to me is the fact that it's not real, right? Okay, I made this video and I've said it's real and I've said they're queer and blah, 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 blah. And like, here's the thing, if there was any justice in the world, they would be. But there isn't any justice in the world, so they're not. There was the perfect opportunity. This was such a brilliant storyline that absolutely could have had queerness in there. It would have taken almost nothing at all for them to have confirmed these two boys had a crush on each other whatsoever. It just would have worked, okay? You know what? I hate to bring it back to, I don't hate to bring it back to, I love to bring it back to Captain Marvel, but it's exactly the same as that video, right? I said in that video, it would have actually not taken anything away from the storyline for them to have had Maria and Carol be a couple. It would have added to the storyline. And I think that you cannot deny that it would have added to this story to have had these two boys explicitly have a crush on each other, right? Can you just think about the emotional impact and pathos of the idea of this, like, Alberto being abandoned? Like, we never get an explanation as to why he's been abandoned by his father, right? We never get an explanation in this movie, but it's so implied with this queer subtext what it is, but we never allow it to be explored, okay? What's going on there? Can you think about the impact on like young queer people to see a Disney movie with these queer young people protagonists, right? Not some random fucking police officer like side character somewhere in a movie, right? But an actual child who they feel connected to, okay? Like a character that they can relate to. And that you allow that character to have a crush and it's totally okay. To have parents who are accepting they're just a bit protective, okay? To have another character, to have multiple queer characters in one, incredible. To have another one who is learning that actually you don't necessarily have to have acceptance from your biological family, but having it from this kind of fan family instead is just as valuable. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I am sweating. I'm sweating. I'm so worked up about this. Also, I'm recording this on my phone. I can see people have been messaging me. You know, I said that I messaged people earlier. They have been replying while I've been filming, and they are all in support. They all agree with me. In the comments, like, please tell me that we are not alone, right? That other people have seen this. Okay, please, because this is just... How did this happen in the year of our Lord 2021? And like, not only was nothing made explicit in the movie, but they are actively shutting down the idea that it can be read like this, right? There are statements from the writers / directors, I can't remember which, about the fact that it is like definitely not a gay movie. How in 2021 is this happening? Disney, what are you doing? If I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times, and I will say it again. I'm looking you directly into the eyes, okay? This is a message. It was a message for Marvel last time. It is a message for Disney this time, okay? Mr. Mouse, I don't care if you're gonna shoot my kneecaps off in my sleep, as I was warned by my extremely real lawyer earlier on today. Make it gay, you goddamn cowards. Thank you very much for watching. I'd like to give a special thank you for my patrons on Patreon for making videos like this possible. I was not planning on doing this video, obviously. I'm just so hyped up on gay ire right now. It just was flowing through, the spirit of queer media was flowing through me today. I hope you enjoyed this absolute piece of nonsense that I just created. I'm sure some people are going to be doing extremely well-informed and beautiful analysis of this movie. This was just utter nonsense and chaos, but I stand by every word of it. For legal reasons, and so Mickey Mouse doesn't blow off my kneecaps, the following video is a joke. I make absolutely no apologies for what you're about to see, so enjoy. Oh, and a huge thank you for Skillshare for sponsoring this. The first 1,000 subscribers, click the link in the description, will get a 1-month free trial of Skillshare so you can start exploring your creativity today. Hello and welcome everyone to this incredible opening ceremony of the Disney First Gay Character Olympics. It is truly an honour to be here and to witness this coming together of such iconic figures in cinematic history. We've reached the athlete parade portion of this evening, which, I don't know about you, Mickey, but it's my favourite part of the whole games. Absolutely, Minnie. This is what these games are all about. Seeing them all here together, it really cements just how far we've come and how far we still have to go. Oh, and here, look, it looks like our first characters are coming out to start the parade. Now, this year they're coming out in chronological order, is that right? Yes, it is. So you'll have to wait to see the latest first gay character. I know you're keen to get a glimpse of the hugely effete, very camp and very funny new character from 2021's Jungle Cruise, but you'll just have to wait. Now, these first characters that we can see coming out now aren't actually competitors. Oh, you are right. No, they didn't technically qualify. These are our queer-coded characters. Well, that is incredible. The veterans, they really pioneered these games. We truly have them to thank for being here tonight. Even though they might not be competing, it is such a display of sportsmanship from our host nation of Tokyo Disney World to have them lead the parade today. It's wall-to-wall queer-coded villains down there. Leading the pack is Ursula the Sea Witch, an icon, of course, based her own look and vibe off the drag queen, Divine, an absolutely classic example of the kind of queer-coded character we hoped to see in this veteran section. Oh, I see Hades, flaming as always. And Scar is here too. He's waving to the crowd and his signature bent wrist, one clawed toe at a time, and they are loving it. And alongside him, of course, Radcliffe in a glittering golden cloak carrying his little dog Percy. Now, for everyone at home, if you haven't seen the Instagram account that Radcliffe has made for Percy, you are missing out. A highlight from this year for me. It is so adorable. And speaking of adorable, oh my goodness, I almost didn't see them behind this main pack of villains, but that is those two lesbian geese from the Aristocats. Twin sisters, Abigail and Amelia, two cottagecore lesbians if ever I saw them. Lovely inclusion. And is that... Yes, I think it is. What a treat for everyone here tonight. From the 2002 direct-to-video sequel to Hunchback of Notre Dame, it is the classic tale of Gargoyle meets Goat, Hugo and Charlie. And look, they're doing their signature move. Hugo is giving Charlie a flower, and yes, Charlie is eating it out of his hand and giving him a big lick to the face in return. Both of them batting their eyelashes and swooning over each other. The crowd is loving that, and so are we. Oh, here's our first of the competing athletes. Fresh from 2013's smash hit Frozen and their family-run business in the Snowy Mountains, it's Oaken and his ambiguous family members waving from the sauna in that one frame of the movie. Is that his husband? His brother? His cousin? His son? We'll never know. We never will. Now's a good time to go over the quintessential qualifying criteria that these athlete characters have had to fulfill to be part of these games. Indeed. Now, the general public at home might be wondering, how can there be more than one first gay Disney character? That's understandable, Mickey, because first, in all other contexts, has a very singular meaning. It does! Okay, so to qualify for a first gay Disney character, there has to be some kind of big social media ruckus around you, or Disney themselves, or the filmmakers involved, need to claim that you are gay representation, but it also has to be a bit disappointing. So the next time such a character occurs, the process can start all over again. So Examples might be ambiguous representation like Good Old Oakham we just mentioned. It might also be a fleeting moment in the background, a side character who just seems a little bit gay but it's never confirmed in the movie itself. An ambiguous gayish scene which is easily removed for the homophobic global markets. Not using the word gay, or instead leaning heavily on euphemism, or relying on nothing but stereotypes to suggest being gay at all. So, for example, this next athlete delegation is jumping ahead 3 years to 2016. It's those two lesbians from the background of the Finding Dory movie. Yes, the filmmakers have actually commented on this question of if they are gay, and they said there is no right or wrong answer. A beautiful cop-out answer there. These two lesbians, all straight friends, yes, all straight friends, they qualified in a very strong position with that kind of endorsement from their creators. And, right behind them, Bucky and Prong. Prong? Was that? Yes, it's the two random gazelles from 2016's Zootopia, or Zootropolis, depending on where you're from. The film itself really gives no indication that they're gay, but it was eventually confirmed that the two are in fact a married couple, so that Disney.fandom.com does now say that they are the first LGBT characters in Disney animated history. Of course, Bucky and Pronk. Oh, and as a little nod to the role that made them first Disney gay royalty, they've brought along brown paper bags full of groceries, very in the spirit of these celebrations. Sorry to interrupt, Minnie, but following behind them is someone I'm personally very excited to see. Entering the dance category, which is new this year, it's LeFou from the 2017 live-action Beauty and the Beast. Yes, there he is with his dance partner now. We don't actually have a name for his partner, but I am told that we do have an image of them from a training session. There they are. I would say that they're a wonderful couple, but unfortunately, I don't actually know if that's true or not. But they won't let that stop them. Absolutely not, Mickey. These competitors never let things like a lack of name, plot, or meaningful representation stop them. Now, in a genius move from the filmmakers that really made us pay attention to these two in the lead up to their big reveal, there was reported to be an exclusively gay moment in the movie. Now, one of the key aspects of these characters is leaving the audience confused and or disappointed. So the team behind the characters really went the extra mile here. This, I believe, brings us on to the 2019 athletes. 2019, a particularly good year for the sport. You know what they say, 2019, year of the Queen. They do! And at the front of this group are those lesbians from the background of Toy Story 4. Not to be mistaken for those lesbians from the background of Finding Dory. Exactly. Now, these are different background lesbian mums. We're still waiting to hear anything about them except that they made angry conservatives boycott the movie over a blink and you'll miss it scene that I actually struggled to find high quality images of for this coverage. Oh, and they brought their little one along for the celebration, because if there's one thing we know about these lesbian mums, it's that they have a child. Now, second to last in our 2019 section is a character I have listed as unnamed Joe Russo cameo from Avengers Endgame. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is a controversial addition to the lineup, is it not? Yes, unnamed Joe Russo cameo from Avengers Endgame is here on a technicality because he wasn't part of a Walt Disney Pictures, Disney Animation or Pixar Animation movie, but Disney does own Marvel, so he has been allowed to attend as a reserve team member. He does tick a lot of boxes, such a shame about it being a Marvel movie. Oh, absolutely, he's unnamed, he's only in one scene that could easily be cut, so everything lining up so well for him in all other aspects. Still, there's no shame in being a reserve team member. Well, we don't wish ill on any other competitors, but if the worst should happen, unnamed Joe Russo cameo from Avengers Endgame is, I'm told, ready to step in. Now, the same must be true for these next two athletes. Oh, indeed! It's the same thing as unnamed Joe Russo cameo from Avengers Endgame. These next two are the lesbian couple in the background of the last Star Wars movie. Again, Disney owns Star Wars, so they just slipped in there as reserves. Now, the director J.J. Abrams, he really pushed for their inclusion as major athletes in these games. He said in an interview, "In the case of the LGBTQ+ community, it was important to me that people who went to see this movie felt like they were being represented in the film. I will say, I'm giving away nothing about what happens in the movie, but I did just say what I just said." Oh, a brilliant hype man for those two background lesbians. The best a gay Disney character could ask for. Just a shame again, it's a Star Wars movie instead. Whoop whoop, it's the sound of the police, everyone.
I see our first 2020 contender. It's the cop from Onward. Oh, if I know anything about gay people, Mickey, is that they have a long and loving relationship with law enforcement. That's true, Minnie. We have a whole line from the officer about her girlfriend's kid. Is her girlfriend here tonight? I couldn't tell you, Minnie. None of us know anything about her, including what she looks like. Well, if looks are your thing, swing your eyeballs over to our second to last competitor. It's Artie from Cruella. I have another quote here from the actor who plays Artie. It depends on who you're asking, I suppose, but for me, yes, it's official, he's queer. But we don't see him falling in love, there's no social aspect to the character, it's not beating you on the head with a stick. Depends who you're asking. I love it, giving us something, and also, technically, giving us nothing. Oh, and he's waving at Cruella, who's joined her villain compatriots. That is lovely to see. And finally, it's the moment we've all been waiting for, 2021's entry into the Gay Disney Games. Straight comedian Jack Whitehall as very camp gay character McGregor from the Jungle Cruise movie. Like so many of our competitors tonight, he's brought a little nod to the role that got him here, a comically large number of trunks full of wardrobe changes. If there's one thing I know about gay men, it's that they're all foppish snobs who can't go anywhere without their pretty clothes. And this really is a fantastic way to round off the ceremony. He has it all. Tragic homophobic backstory that's a side note to the straight lead characters. No love interest or on-screen gayness. They never use the word gay or even say he's interested in men specifically, instead going with the inspired phrasing. His interests lie elsewhere and his family didn't approve of who he loved. And all of that in one easy, removable scene for the homophobic global markets that was shot in a way that makes it seem like it was designed entirely for that purpose. And of course, the slight irony in so many people calling him the first openly gay Disney character, well, he apparently has to hide it and be ashamed that he's gay at all. Wow. An incredible lineup this year. Absolutely brilliant. Well, thank you for joining us for what will almost certainly not be the last first gay Disney character celebration. Well, thanks once again to returning sponsor Skillshare. In what is now a tradition in these videos, I will be telling you what Skillshare classes I think the gay characters that I talked about in this video would take if they had a membership or, a free 1-month trial, link in the description. So this month I took Umber Ahmed's class, Baking Basics Make Perfect Pastries Every Time, which showed me how to make this delicious focaccia that is in front of our very eyes. It was the perfect mix of practical instructions and creative ideas for future baking projects. And it's not just baking, there are classes on everything from poetry and music to photography and animation. Whatever your experience or creative interests, they'll have classes to suit your skill level. For example, Artie from Cruella might want to take an advanced class on fashion, like this one on nailing your brand packaging. Bucky and Pronk would do well in a cooking class, I guess, based on the fact that they had groceries in that one scene they were in. Oaken might find a class on knitting useful with how cold it is where he is. And I guess the multiple background nameless lesbians could take this class on building believable characters and apply it to themselves, I guess. Skillshare is designed to give you the best learning experience, so there are no ads, you can watch on the go with the app, and they are always launching new premium classes. They also now offer live classes with popular teachers that you can watch in real time, so you can get inspired alongside other members. If you're looking to try new things or dig deeper into your current interests, then Skillshare is a great place to connect with the support of fellow creatives and find a community of encouragement, communication, and inspiration. And as a special treat for finishing this whole video, you get some focaccia ASMR with my new microphone. Can you tell I don't understand ASMR? I wonder if you can hear bread tearing. Hang on. So the reason I'm wearing sunglasses in this video is twofold. One, I accidentally broke my second pair of glasses that I was going to wear for this video. And two, this shirt and these glasses is what I wore for the Unhinged Luca video. And I'm really keen on creating a chaotic Rowan Unhinged Lesbian cinematic universe. So we'll see if I continue with that. God, this focaccia is so good. Okay. I think that's everything.
Hello, lovely people. I was reading through many of your comments in the video I released last week about living with dietary requirements, and I realised, wow, people can be awful. So many of you reported having family members who just say the most dreadful things. So I'm going to make 2 videos, what not to say to your disabled relative, and what you should say to your disabled relative. Make sure you've subscribed, and once you've done that, hit notifications so you don't miss that video. I'm posting the not first because A, it's always funnier, and B, I think it's helpful to clear the gumph away so we have a space for what is good. Obviously, I am young and disabled, so this is from that point of view, but I'm pretty sure I'll still find all of these things irritating when I'm older. Although I'm saying relative, that could also be substituted for friend. And when I say disabled, I'm including mental illness and chronic illness, because funnily enough, being inclusive is actually pretty great, and the only thing I need to restrict is a wide variety of foods. Which brings us to... Are you sure you can't eat that? 99% positive that you don't know my body better than my doctor does, always allowing for a margin of professional error.
Oh my god. Hello, hello. Sour Patch Kid Munch Monkey? That is one hell of a name. Welcome, welcome. I am Mad Cat. You can Oh. Sure. Give me a second.
And 100% positive you don't know my body better than I do. Generally,
Is that better?
Are you sure? Is an
Thank you for the
overwhelmingly
follow.
irritating thing to ask.
Very kind.
It's okay to be
Hello.
confused about something. Medical things get really complex, and I don't expect any of my cousins or even my dad actually to be able to name my full diagnosis. It's hereditary neuropathy with liability to pressure causes and connective tissue disorder and associated postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome.
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
No, you don't have to know everything, but you do have to have the basic manners to not question what you're told. Unless you happen to actually be a medical specialist in your relative's condition, in which case you can still be polite about it. Speaking of manners, you look
You
so
can DM me if you
dead.
like.
It's sad. Dude, no.
I did.
Ill people
Thank
are
you for
allowed
the
to look
follow.
ill and not have it brought up every 5 minutes.
I
went through a stage of looking like I was
Give me a
dying
second.
because I was. I was also aware of that, but I still wanted to look pretty. So if someone...
Give me a second. What not to say to a disabled person? I'm disabled, so this is like be nice to disabled people, really. And this is Jessica. She's really good. She's disabled and she's a lesbian and she's a YouTuber. Autoimmune disease and arthritis, and I've got nerve issues. My nerves don't work properly, and I don't really know how to describe the other ones. Gut issues. I've got IBS. It's mostly mobility issues I've got, and my own immune system basically attacks me. And no, she's got mobility issues as well, like me. She's got POTS and Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. I've got that as well. I can bring up videos, and she can explain what they are. Excuse me. So, no, she's a woman. She, her. She's disabled and a lesbian. But no, she's not trans. Oh, hydrate. Thank you. Thank you for the hydrate. I haven't got the audio set up quite like how I like it. This is a cheap microphone. I'm saving up to get myself a better one. I always sound like this. I'm a Marxist. I'm communist. Workplace racism. If you've got give me a suggestion and I'll bring it up. Marxist, by the way. Oh. I took that off. Sorry about that, Jim. I thought I'd taken that one off. Oh, you're back. Sorry about that. I'm still trying to get this stream sorted, and I'm woeful at it, really. Huh. I thought I allowed it to post links. That is weird. I was fixing my stream setup earlier this afternoon. Oh, yeah, about 12 hours ago. Hi, Philippe. Great to see you. Oh, visiting parents. Lucky you. I'm going to have to go up and visit my mum at some point. Have I seen her this year? And she came down here. And she must have came down here because she helped me with this, the decant. I've only seen my mum once and she came down. She drove down from Perth. Cool. Let's go to my actual feed. See if I can get that link. Hold on. Where is it? Where's it? Weird. There we go. Zoom out there. Right. Oh no, you're good. You're good. Sour Patch Kid and Jim just turned up. The last 5 minutes, really, maybe 10. No, you're not derailing. Workplace racism. No, I haven't banned you. No. I don't know why it booted you for 30 seconds. I thought I'd allowed links to be put on in the chat. Weird. You came into this stream. You chose to come in here with the leftist tag on the stream. If you don't like communists or leftists, this might not be the place for you. What? They felt kind of off, didn't they? See you later. Right. Shall we go back to Jessica?
Hello lovely people. I was reading through many of your comments in the video I released last week about living with dietary requirements, and I realised, wow, people can be awful. So many of you reported having family members who just say the most dreadful things. So I'm going to make two videos, what not to say to your disabled relative and what you should say to your disabled relative. Make sure you've subscribed, and once you've done that, hit notifications so you don't miss that video. I'm posting the...
Yeah, that was that was fun. Oh, don't worry, sweetie. I'm loath to show you what they put up, but just so you know what they were saying, like, see what you thought. Can you see those messages, Shanna? Bloody hell. Don't worry, Philippe. Oh God, yeah, I've got you. Yeah, you. Yeah. Well, that was fun. They came into a channel that had leftist as one of the tags. Maybe the next time I go live, I'll actually put Marxist and communist in the... Oh. Can I? Would that be safe? Might just stand out a bit more. I want to think about that one.
Not first, because A, it's always funnier, and B, I think it's helpful to clear the gumph away so we have a space for what is good. Obviously, I am young and disabled, so this is from that point of view, but I'm pretty sure I'll still find all of these things irritating when I'm older. Although I'm saying relative, that could also be substituted for friend. And when I say disabled, I'm including mental illness and chronic illness, because funnily enough, being inclusive is actually pretty great, and the only thing I knew I need to restrict is a wide variety of foods. Which brings us to Are you sure you can't eat that? 99% positive that you don't know my body better than my doctor does, always allowing for a margin of professional error, and 100% positive you don't know my body better than I do. Generally, are you sure is an overwhelmingly irritating thing to ask. It's okay to be confused about something. Medical things get really complex, and I don't expect any of my cousins or even my dad actually to be able to name my full diagnosis. It's hereditary neuropathy with liability to pressure palsies and mixed connective tissue disorder and associated postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome. So no, you don't have to know everything, but you do have to have the basic manners to not question what you're told. Unless you happen to actually be a medical specialist in your relative's condition, in which case you can still be polite about it. Speaking of manners, you look so thin, it's really sad. Dude, no. Shush your face. Ill people are allowed to look ill and not have it brought up every 5 minutes. I went through a stage of looking like I was dying because I was. I was also aware of that, but I still wanted to look pretty. So if someone comes to a family party looking unwell, but they've also clearly made effort into making their hair look good, the only thing you comment on is the hair. You look fine to me.
And you look like an arsehole to me.
Are you better yet?
I've actually already made a video about this one, and you can find it in the card up here.
Are you better yet? No, do you not understand the word degenerative? My own immune system is basically destroying me from the inside. There ain't getting better from that. Thank you. So don't ask stupid questions when I tell you I've got autoimmune disorders. DWP, can you fucking hear me? Good.
In the link below. Look, it may seem like it's a nice thing to say, and you're probably asking with the best of intentions, but it can be quite an upsetting thing for someone to hear. I mean, yet is a very loaded word, right? Consider, have you unloaded the dishwasher yet? Meaning both A, I don't think you have, and also B, hurry it the hell up. But have you unloaded the dishwasher? Purely means you don't know the answer. Try a simple, how are you feeling? Instead, following on from that.
Your mum told me you're better now.
That is news to me. Family gossip isn't always accurate, and if you're getting your info from another source, it may just be because you're too embarrassed or think it will be awkward to talk to the actual person. Most people are actually quite happy to tell you how they're doing, as long as you don't ask them to recite a Wikipedia article you could have read yourself. So get your news from the source with a simple, how are you doing lately?
Have you tried yoga?
Have you tried taking a long walk off a short plank?
Is it going to kill you?
I mean, I suppose this question is okay if you're in the middle of an intense conversation and the person's already explaining things to you or they're venting, but not as an opener. Also consider, is it progressive? Meaning, will the condition get worse over time rather than just jumping straight in with some death, which is rather a confronting thing to be asked. Either yes, and you've just brought it up again, which is obviously upsetting, or yes, slowly, which isn't actually less upsetting, or no, but now I feel like you're only going to consider my condition valid if it does kill me.
What does that actually even mean?
Sharing genes or legal status with a person does not entitle you to turn them into your own personal Google. Google it.
Are you sure that's not just from looking at screens too much?
I mean, it could also be that black cat that walked across my path yesterday, so sure.
Whoa, you have something else as well?
It may shock you to learn that almost 75% of disabled people have more than one impairment. So, yes. One of my mother's favourite sayings is people with cancer catch colds, generally in response to my complaining about getting another illness. When your body is out of whack, it is out of whack. And on that topic,
at least you don't have cancer.
Also, creating a hierarchy of privilege and worthiness around disability is a horrific thing to do. Don't do that. Thanks.
Well, we all feel like that sometimes.
Do we? Because Auntie Susan, if you do, you should probably see my doctor. Look, it might seem like a nice thing to say and that you're relating to the person, but things like, oh, we all have our down days, or I have a really bad memory too, are actually really belittling and hurtful when someone has just opened themselves up in a very vulnerable way to share that they have depression or a cognitive impairment. We don't all get depressed sometimes. It's a clinical diagnosis and it should be recognised as such.
I don't feel supported or understood when I explain to someone that I have brain damage, so my short-term memory doesn't really work, and they tell me, oh, I get that too. No, you don't, no. Come back to me when you burst into tears standing in a mall because you can't remember which shop you just saw your wife walk into, or where you've just been, or what you're doing here, or how to get out, or which way is up and which way is down. And when was the last time you even went to the loo? Minimising is not understanding. You were fine last Tuesday. Shockingly, Janet, the world's continued on since last Tuesday. Not stuck in a time vortex, as far as I'm aware. And this is a diagnosed thing, is it? No, I just thought it'd be fun. Firstly, a condition does not have to have a name to be real. People with health problems feel bad both before and after their diagnosis. Also, not everyone has access to a doctor or gets taken seriously by the first 50 doctors they see. Also, you're being an ass. Cool. Support your family member in the journey they're on. Simple. One drink won't hurt. No, it literally will. That's what a medical diet is. One slice of pizza won't hurt. See above. You don't have to be so difficult. And you don't have to be so mean. People aren't being difficult when they're asking for access or stating a need. They're just telling you that it is impossible for them to be really included or bring their whole amazing self to the party unless there are certain things done. Don't you want them bringing their best self? It's amazing how much disabled people can add to society when they're just given a chance. I didn't add to this list the obviously awful things that relatives can say. You're a burden. What are you even good for? You ruined my life. Because I don't think you're really a human if you're going around spouting that kind of nonsense. Buckle up, the world isn't about you. I should probably also add to the end of this video, because I know my mother will bring it up later, these are not all from my family, who are mainly medical people and thus know what they're talking about. Sorry, Mom. I'm sure I've left a lot out, so please put yours in the comments below. What ridiculous, awful, or just plain boneheaded things have your family members said, and what would you like them to say instead? We'll be discussing those awesome positive things in my next video, so make sure you've turned on your notifications so you don't miss it. See you then! Mwah!
Those are just my mobility and nerve issues and lower GI tract issues. That is excluding my reproductive issues and hormonal issues that I've had since I got diagnosed at age 16. So when people ask me about that, are you sure you can't do IVF? No, I fucking can't. Getting pregnant will destroy me. It will ruin my spine. Fuck off. I had to explain that to one of my aunties when I was 19 years old. Holy fuck, just end me or get this woman away from me. My mum fell out with her over that. She basically... No, there's no basically about her. She told her to fuck off. How dare she? No, I can't. I have arthritis, auntie blah blah blah. And so that's the ones that get to me. I have no problem explaining my disability issues, my mobility and nerve issues that I have, because it does limit me. I can't go out as much. Trying to get clothes that are nice and comfy, and don't get me started on footwear. It is really quite horrible when your feet swell up on a daily basis. Trying to get them to control themselves would be helpful, but no, not allowed. So size 8. Christ, one of the shops that used to be open here in Glasgow, size 9. Dear God. I'm Sasquatch at times with my feet. But yes, Jessica's correct. Please be sensitive. I have no problem answering the questions, but leave the whole reproductive issue out of it. It took me over 20 years to reconcile the fact that I was never going to be a mum. And having family members bring it up whenever they seen me when I was younger, I just couldn't be doing with it. Shut up, leave me alone. I don't need to explain to you why I can't and how my body will prevent me from becoming pregnant. One of them actually suggested to me when I was about to turn 30, oh, but you can have a surrogate. They just take an egg from you and a donation from Super Hubby. I don't have ovaries. I've already explained this to you, and so's your fucking sister, my mother. Seriously? Just don't. No. And surrogacy isn't an option for poor disabled people like myself. And, well, Super Hubby he's got asthma, but so no, not an option. Can't afford it. And IVF is incredibly difficult and more expensive. So no, shut up. Leave me the hell alone. Oh, yes.
Hello, lovely people. Now, I know I said we'd have a whole month of disability-related videos, and we will. But I've just finished watching Netflix's Hollywood, and I'm overexcited, so I have to talk about it. Plus, I do actually relate this to disability at the end, so we're fine. The show is a glamorous and over-the-top dollop of 1940s Tinseltown escapism that debuted in early May and attempts to rewrite history in an occasionally excessively cheesy way, but we'll forgive it. Its 7-episode series starts by showing us the reality of sexism, racism and homophobia in the era, but then just moves sort of towards a revisionist history that shows what maybe could have happened if people were allowed to be who they really are rather than hiding. Would it change the trajectory of Hollywood? Would it change the audience's lives by giving them role models who looked like them? Hollywood is Ryan Murphy's latest collaboration with Netflix, and like his previous works, Glee and American Horror Story, it kind of plays fast and loose with reality, meaning it blends reality with just a sort of lot of rose-tinted fantasy that made my wife and I cry like a baby at its ending. I'm a big fan of classic studio-era Hollywood cinema and the studio system. So let's have a look at what's true and what's not in Hollywood. Also, I really loved his series Scream Queens, but I never get to talk to anyone about it, so please talk to me about it in the comments if you enjoyed it too. If you enjoy looking at life in very interesting ways, then subscribe and make sure to click the notification bell, since according to my analytics, only 10% of people who watch my videos actually get a notification when I put out a new one, so click it. This miniseries follows a group of aspiring actors and filmmakers during the Hollywood Golden Age in the post-World War II era who are trying to make their dreams come true. Each character offers a kind of differing glimpse at the variables of
Oh dear. I will be back momentarily, comrades. Let's hope no other idiots appear. If anyone's here in the chat and some tool starts mouthing off about anything, tell me and I'll bonk them. Seriously, it said leftist on the fucking tags. To be an inclusive place for all leftists, not just Marxists. Anarchists are welcome in here. So are Sock Dems. I would say Trots are welcome, but I'm not too sure if many of them still exist. The Trots that I know here in Glasgow, they're all over 60 now. Christ, one of them's nearing 80. I don't think he's busy doing much. I think he's retired. Just basically doing his little blog and stuff. Good for him. At least it's keeping him busy.
French power and biases in the 1940s and how that bigotry continues to this day. They use a mix of fictional and real characters from the time to tell the tale of what might have happened had one studio taken a chance on embracing diversity by making a movie starring a black woman and written by a gay black man. That's not really a spoiler, but the entire rest of this video is, so go watch the show and then come back to watch this video. But here's kind of a breakdown of what's real and what's not in Hollywood. What's real? Peg Entwistle. She isn't actually a character in the show, but her true story does become a centre point, as the film created in the show, Meg, is based on her life. Peg was born in Wales, which they gloss over in the show, saying instead that she was from London, where she actually lived prior to the age of 5 when she moved to America with her father. They call her English in the show a lot, but again, moved to America at the age of 5, so that would be American, no? She became a stage actress in New York and at the age of 17 played the role of Hedwig in a 1925 production of Henrik Ibsen's The Wild Duck. In the audience was one Betty Davis who told her mother, "I want to be exactly like Peg Entwistle." Probably not like that. And throughout her own career, she actually said that Peg was her inspiration to take up acting. Peg moved to California to pursue a film career in the early 1930s, but only had one very small role, and is said to have grown disillusioned with Hollywood early on. As correctly depicted in the show, Peg took her own life after most of her scenes were cut out of the film 13 Women. Although, of course, we can't ever truly know what is in someone's mind, we can only make assumptions. In the same way that Ryan Murphy tries to give an alternative ending to the real-life characters in the show, Hollywood's fictional screenwriter Archie reimagines Peg's story when the black actress Camille begins playing her, ending in her ultimately not killing herself, because it empowers young women watching. Golden Tip Gasoline. The show begins by introducing us to Jack Costello as he starts out on his journey to stardom. But finding difficulty landing work as even an extra, he instead finds himself working at the Golden Tip gas station, a place that does what it says on the label, in a variety of ways. Customers can request gas, but they can also ask for a trip to dreamland. It's a very adorable 1940s brothel. Running the operation is Ernie, played by Dylan McDermott, he's a very smooth fella. He's beautiful, stunning, delightful. Although the Golden Tip gas station and Ernie are both fictitious, they are actually based on the real-life experiences of Scotty Bowers, a former Marine who ran a similar establishment out of a petrol station in Hollywood and published a memoir in 2012 called Full Service: My Adventures in Hollywood and the Secret Sex Lives of the Stars. Bowers was younger than the show portrays Ernie to be and moved to Hollywood after working as a Marine. Bowers recruited fellow ex-Marines to work for him, at first out of the gas station, but he didn't actually own it, and later as bartenders for hire. He enjoyed a very lengthy career as a pimp to the stars. His clients included Cole Porter, George Cukor, and Malcolm Forbes, and also women, but it was kind of difficult to get information on that. Although Ernie runs the gas station by taking a 50% commission on the money brought in by his workers, Bowers claimed in his book that he didn't take a cut from the people that he arranged liaisons for. I mean, sure, that may be so he doesn't go to jail. Very altruistic otherwise. Cole Porter, yes. One scene in the show sees Jack opening a trailer door, expecting to see a female client, but instead stumbling upon the very male, very gay, legendary songwriter Cole Porter. For those who were in the know, Porter was known for extravagant and scandalous all-male sex parties. Although he did marry the beautiful and rich socialite Linda Lee Thomas, their marriage was reported as being one of shared mutual interest rather than great passion. She was apparently in no doubt about his sexuality, but was very pleased to have a companion who was the antithesis of her abusive first husband. Having a wife was obviously also very helpful for Porter, as after all, no one can doubt your heterosexuality if you have a wife, right? But they were devoted to each other and stayed together until her death. Scotty Bowers wrote that Cole Porter was one of his frequent clients, and he frequently sent men to Porter's house, although it's unlikely that Porter was ever serviced in a trailer. I can't even use an innuendo for that, it's just all out there. But a friend of Scotty's did give him the keys to a trailer that became Hollywood history. Scotty wrote in his memoir, "In later years, many people told me that some of the best memories of their lives were created in that trailer." Side note, completely missing from even the brief glimpse of Porter in Hollywood, but maybe I missed it, is the fact that in the 1940s, Porter was actually disabled following an incident where he was crushed by a horse and had to a great extent lost the use of his legs. Anna May Wong. Yes, Anna May was a real person. We spoke about her recently in my video on the Hays Code and queer coding in film. You can click the card in the corner up here. to watch that. Although everything said about her pre-show life is real, Hollywood gives her a much kinder story than the real Hollywood did. Anna May, a Los Angeles native, was a star of the screen who was given her first leading role at just 17 years of age, but she then struggled to be cast in anything but stereotypical Asian parts. She was very vocal about this though, giving an interview to Film Daily in 1933 that questioned, why is it that the screen Chinese is nearly always the villain of the piece, and so cruel a villain, murderous, treacherous, a snake in the grass? We're not like that. How should we be with a civilization that is so many times older than that of the West? We have our own virtues, we have our own rigid code of behaviour, of honour. Why do they never show these on screen? Why should we always scheme, rob, kill? I got so weary of it all. Her career was made exceptionally hard by the Hays Code, which was a sort of self-censorship guidelines for the film industry that prohibited miscegenation, which is sexual relationships between people of different races. Unfortunately, for the first Chinese-American movie star, she didn't have a male counterpart, and without a man to match her up to, she wasn't able to play romantic leading roles. Even when, finally, a film was in the works that featured an all-Chinese roster of characters, the studio asked her to test for the villain so they could cast white leads and yellow face. And then, to add insult to injury, Louise Rayner, who had taken Anna May's rightful lead role, won an Oscar for the part, and it was like her second Oscar anyway. Fun fact, in the show they have Rayner giving this long, teary-eyed speech, but in reality, she merely walked up and said, "I thank you," and left the stage. Not only is Anna May's career revival in the show imaginary, no woman of Chinese descent has yet won an Oscar for acting. And we're in 2020. Rock Hudson. I know, this is the big one. Played by Jake Picking, real-life actor Rock Hudson is portrayed in Hollywood as clumsy, nervous, and gay. Also, a terrible actor. All four of these are true. In fact, although the screen test Hudson botches in Hollywood is invented, his auditions were indeed atrocious. And after landing his first role in Fighter Squadron at Warner Brothers, he took 38 takes to successfully deliver a single line. When we meet him in the show, he is still known by his real name, Roy Fitzgerald, although this is later changed both in real life and in the show by talent agent Henry Wilson, who, oh wow, we're going to get to in a minute. Rock signed with Wilson in 1947, which was around the same time that he began frequenting Scotty Bowers' gas station. Henry Wilson also did in real life push him to become more muscled and to work on his teeth, as we see in the show, so that's another part that's true. His boyfriend in the show, black screenwriter Archie, is a fictional character, and Hudson certainly did not publicly have relationships with men. In fact, his manager repeatedly fended off details about his client's sexuality leaking to the press, and forced Rock to remain closeted until 1985, when he could no longer hide that he had contracted AIDS. The timeline is a little squiffy, however. Although the real Rock Hudson moved to Hollywood in 1946, a little before the show was set, he didn't actually become a star until 1954's Magnificent Obsession. In creating the show, Ryan Murphy wanted to reimagine Rock's life, allowing him to be the first openly gay movie star and giving young men a role model. Henry Wilson, this one, I find a little strange. Hollywood's Henry Wilson, played by Jim Parsons of Big Bang, is a good match for the real one because he even looks pretty similar. But he's a terrible human who does not deserve a redemption arc. See, I'm a Quaker and I believe that there is goodness in everyone and people do bad things for a reason, but I don't believe we should rewrite history in a way that makes victims of real sex offences be forced to listen to fictional apologies. In the show, as in life, we see journalist turned agent Wilson transforming young actors' lives by giving them makeovers, more masculine names, and then forcing them to sleep with him. Wilson was gay, and early on in his career lived with up-and-coming actor Junior Durkin, who died in a car crash at the age of 19, a tragedy that becomes the subject of a monologue from him in the Hollywood show. Wilson was also connected to the Mafia, who did favours for him in return for his getting Hollywood stars to perform in Las Vegas. In the show, he gets a Mafia boss to have a journalist beaten to a pulp in order to conceal an actor's police record. And as noted in Robert Hoffler's biography, The Man Who Invented Rock Hudson, this is very much something that Wilson did. In fact, the book states that not only did he give up information on other clients in order to keep Rock's sexuality secret, he also used his Mafia connections to have two men who planned to go public about relationships with Hudson killed. And yes, he did force his clients to sleep with him, which is an abuse of power, especially considering a number of them were teenagers. But the show gives him a semi-happy ending in which he comes to terms with his sexuality, falls in love and gets his dream job. I'm just really confused as to what we're supposed to feel about that, considering some of those men are actually still alive today and didn't get an apology like Rock does on the show. But at the same time, was he actually predatory, or is that just tired old homophobic rhetoric? Even Ryan Murphy, creator of the show, has said Henry Wilson was one.
Yes. Most common reason is that you may not have copied over registers. Thank you. Mwah. Thanks, sweetie. Right. Right. Once copied, add this URL to your broadcasting, so add it to Streamlabs. As a new browser source to enable, you can. Right. I'll get that later after I've finished. Thank you. I will get that done later, darling. Thanks. Hopefully this will work. Thank you for doing the research for me. Much appreciated. Love you.
One of the great monsters in Hollywood history, he would go after the same type of guy and promise them stardom by forcing them to sleep with him or watch them sleep with other people. So that's, I don't know. I struggled, hey, with this part, and if you did too, let me know. Is it just me? Am I the only one finding it odd? George Cukor. In the third episode, many of the characters attend a dinner party that becomes wild at the house of famous character George Cukor. But whilst the show depicts this as a dinner with Hollywood royalty, followed by the heterosexual guests leaving and some of the boys from the gas station arriving to get naked around the pool, in reality, both of these events happened at George Cukor's house, but never at the same time. He was known for throwing formal dinner parties and less formal but very gay Sunday afternoon pool parties, but neither event would have alcohol as he didn't drink himself and didn't keep liquor in his house. They were known to be vibrant. Vivian Leigh. I think it's fair to call even the real-life Vivian Leigh quite a character, to borrow a phrase from my mother. Best known for her role in Gone with the Wind, she's shown in Hollywood as contemplating taking on a new part in the film version of A Streetcar Named Desire, for which she actually did and would win her second Oscar. She was indeed a close friend of George Cukor's, and her depiction as mentally troubled is also realistic, although I obviously don't know if it's accurate to her personally. She struggled with her mental health throughout her life and was eventually diagnosed with bipolar disorder. Hattie McDaniel. Hattie was the first black woman to win an Academy Award for her performance in Gone with the Wind, and her experience at the awards show is pretty accurately depicted in Hollywood. The 1940s Oscars ceremony was held at the Coconut Grove Lounge of the Ambassador Hotel, which had a no blacks policy. Technically, she wasn't blocked from entering, as is shown in the series. Instead, producer David O. Selznick arranged for Hattie to be admitted to the ceremony, but she, her date, and her agent were required to sit at a separate table in the back of the room. By the way, I absolutely love Queen Latifah's performance in Hollywood, where she becomes a mentor to Hollywood's fictional black starlet Camille, and has sex with Tallulah Bankhead, who is just a fabulous human, and was apparently unapologetic about her attracted to pretty much everyone sexuality. And I will make a historical profile video about her one day because she's excellent. God bless Tallulah. But back to Hattie's Oscar. After her win and the wins for other members of the Gone with the Wind cast, everyone decided to celebrate at a whites-only nightclub, so she had to go home. I'm going to imagine that Tallulah met her there. Song of the South. This Disney film is referenced in the show, and most unfortunately is painfully real. It is a deeply controversial film about slaves in the 1800s who were so happy being slaves they didn't ever want to leave their plantation. It's also really boring. It's genuinely that awful. Has one good song. Disney have never released it on video, or obviously on their streaming service, but this is YouTube, so you can find a clip. Disney don't really want to acknowledge Song of the South, but they do have a ride based on its animated characters, Splash Mountain, that exists at 3 of the company's theme parks. Or I think it's been taken down. Also, Hattie McDaniel's in it, but is the subject and was the subject at the time of much criticism from the black community for propagating outdated stereotypes in her roles. Indeed, it's often claimed now that the film has only been considered offensive through a modern lens, but no, in actual fact, it was heavily criticised at the time for its racist depiction of black characters. For a thorough critique of Song of the South, I suggest checking out Lindsay Ellis's work on it, which I will link to in a card above. As always,
Yes, I really like this one from Jessica. It's a brilliant video. I haven't actually seen Hollywood, but my little sister, my youngest sister, asked me to watch this video because her best friend kept on telling her, "You have to see this video. Jessica's analysis of Hollywood. Brilliant." My little sister loved this programme. She likes that kind of thing. And she was scared to watch it, so she got me to watch it for her and described to her how good Jessica was. Which I gladly done. Any chance I get to speak to her. She's busy. She's a community nurse. 2 teenage boys. So yeah. Doesn't really have a lot of time to watch YouTube videos. Plus she watches a lot of Netflix and stuff anyway. Play.
It's stunning, educational and amusing. What isn't true? The cast. Hollywood introduces us to actor Jack Costello as he encounters director Raymond Ainsley, aspiring screenwriter Archie Coleman, and co-stars Claire Wood and Camille Washington, along with studio executives like Avis Amberg and Ellen Kincaid and Dick Samuels, who are not real people, although they are influenced by real figures from Hollywood. Of the main cast, only Rock Hudson and Henry Wilson are real people. Ace Studios. Does this fictional movie studio at the centre of the TV show have real-life counterpart when it comes to its internal politics, managerial structure, or surprisingly progressive company culture? No. But it does have Paramount Pictures Gate, and extras really did gather in front of it, now getting spotted by studio exec. They also mention a lot of films they're working on which were real and made by Paramount in 1947 and 1948, so really I guess they just ripped off Paramount. The first film with an interracial kiss. Hollywood's storyline revolves around the fictional movie Meg, which ends with a passionate kiss between the lead black actress Camille and the white actor Jack. But had the film been released in 1948, as in the show, would it actually have been...
Is it a YouTube video? Is it YouTube? Sweetie? If it is, tell me who it is and I can watch it. We can put it on stream tonight if you like. Because that sounds brilliant. I'd really love to watch that. Good evening, sweetie. Great to see you.
Been the first major studio film with an interracial kiss? Well, the 1903 short, What Happened in the Tunnel, has a kiss between black actress Bertha Augustus and white actor Bronco Billy Anderson, but it's a joke, it's not romantic. Between 1930 and 1957, kisses between actors of different races were explicitly forbidden by the Hays Code, although Stanley Kubrick's Killer's Kiss was released in 1955 and has white actress Irene Kane kiss actor Frank Silvera, who is part Jamaican, but he's playing an Italian-American man, and apparently whoever was on set from the censor board couldn't tell the difference, so just let that one slide. In the 1957's Island in the Sun, it's occasionally listed as the first Hollywood movie to contain an interracial kiss, but it doesn't. Dorothy Dandridge, one of the earliest black movie stars and the first woman of colour to be nominated for the Academy Award for Best Actress, has a romance and dances cheek to cheek with her white co-star, but doesn't actually kiss him. She does kiss Stuart Whitman in 1958 The Decks Run Red, but only so she can steal his gun. Probably the first romantic kiss between two actors of different races who are playing characters of two different races is in Sayonara from 1957. The kiss is between Marlon Brando and the Japanese-American actress Miko Taka, who had to sub in at the last moment for Audrey Hepburn, so they went with it. Fun fact, although an actress of Chinese descent has never won an acting Oscar, the Japanese actress Miyoshi Umeki won Best Supporting Actress for Sayonara. She remains the only woman of East Asian descent to win an Academy Award for acting. To find a kiss in a major studio film comparable to Meg's between a white and a black actor, we have to skip to 1967's Guess Who's Coming to Dinner. So kind of really just depends on how we think of interracial, kiss and major studio as to who we count as the first. The 20th Academy Awards. Hollywood the TV show concludes deliriously with a reimagined version of the 20th Academy Awards, which took place in 1948.
I'll try. I'll
No
put
one
in
film
Hollywood
proved
Black
especially
and
more popular with the
MGM. It
Academy that
might be
year.
on here.
In the show,
Might be
Meg
lucky.
sweeps the board. I don't know why I keep
Find
saying
it
Meg like
after
that.
Jessica.
And they all win the categories they're nominated for, other than the one straight white man. Probably because Edmund Gwenn actually won that year's award for playing Father Christmas, and it would just be wrong to take it from him. Hollywood twisting the awards show so that Meg wins almost everything means that many historical Oscars moments are made, some of which still haven't happened in real life. And again, I don't know how you've got this far without feeling like you've been spoiled, but spoilers! The fictional Camille Washington picks up Best Actress for her performance in Meg, but in reality it took 50 years from that point until Halle Berry became the first and still only woman of colour to be named Best Actress in 2002 for her role in Monsters Ball. Only. She addressed this in her acceptance speech at the time, dedicating her victory to every nameless, faceless woman of colour that now has a chance because this door tonight has been opened, except 18 years later, and still no other black woman has picked up that statue. Archie becomes the first black winner and the best original screenplay, but shockingly, no black writer would win this award until 2018 when Jordan Peele picked it up for Get Out. 2018. Ava Sandberg's win in Hollywood makes her the first female producer.
Well, that sucks. Oh, it's still reconnecting. Either whatever broadcaster here or someone, I can't get any of it at all, anywhere. I really, if I'm getting blocked for seeing films that documentaries that are good and actually go into the history of racism like that, especially in Hollywood, it's blocked. Can't I get it in the UK? That fucking sucks. I didn't think it would be something the government would ban. It's just basically looking at movie industry, which don't think they'd be bothered by that. So I can't get it anywhere. That's a bit sus. I wonder why it's blocked for the UK. Curious about that. Sweet. Yes, please, my dear. Especially if it's blocked here in the UK. Fucking hell. Yes, please do. Yeah, I remember, aren't you? Yeah, just DM me the link, and I can watch it on I can watch it on the Discord. Thank you. Very much appreciated. Right, that's got me curious. I want to know why it's banned here in the UK. Weird. But lots of, unless there's one here done by a British production company that's similar to the one you've watched. I can't think of anything that's been done like that here in the UK. At least not in the last 20 years. Curious.
To win Best Picture, but it wasn't until 1974, 26 years later, that history was made when Julia Phillips won for The Sting. Equally, without fictional Avis taking over from her fictional husband, the first woman to head a major studio didn't happen until 1980, when Sherry Lansing was named president of 20th Century Fox Productions. 1980. And what about the gay acceptance that Rock Hudson and his boyfriend Archie managed to push through by holding hands at the reimagined 1948 Oscars? The first Oscar winner to thank a same-sex partner in their acceptance speech wasn't really a moment that many of us remember. No offence meant. It was by Deborah Chasnoff, who won the Academy Award for Best Documentary Short Subject in 1992 for Deadly Deception, General Electric, Nuclear Weapons and Our Environment. The Power of Hollywood. I actually feel a little guilty putting this in the not real category, because I do believe that media is a really powerful force for change, but it's not that powerful. The final episode of Hollywood envisions a world in which the public embraces racial and sexual diversity by 1948 thanks to just one film, because they're that swayed about the entertainment industry. Seriously, they are burning crosses prior to the film's release, but the second they've seen it, the racial protests across the country simply melted away. Really? Also, former First Lady Eleanor Roosevelt, whose husband was president when the United States went to war with the actual Nazis, tells a room of studio executives that they have more power to change the world than a government does. I see. Which is, taking some liberties with her. And by the way, yes, I do see your comments about making an Eleanor Roosevelt historical profile, and she is on my list. So, it is a lovely fun romp through revisionist history, but for me, there's just something missing. Hollywood is about envisioning a entertainment landscape more representative of real people. Ryan Murphy and co-screenwriter Ian Brennan envision a world where anyone, regardless of race, gender or sexual orientation, can thrive in film. I mean, not to make things awkward for everyone, but where are the disabled people? Sorry, but if you're creating the start of an idealised future in which we can celebrate diversity of sexuality and ethnicity, why are we completely ignoring disability? By the time Hollywood is set, there had already been an Oscar winner with a disability. Harold Russell served in the US Army during World War II and lost both of his hands after a defective fuse detonated some TNT he was holding, which, wow. He was cast in World War II feature The Best Years of Our Lives, which was released in 1946. So Russell portrayed United States Navy sailor Homer Parrish, who returns back home to a world greatly changed. He struggles to find a job and maintain a relationship with his girlfriend Wilma, who he, doesn't want to burden with his disability. It's a whole narrative about that. Russell didn't just act in the feature though, he also consulted on how a disabled veteran would be approached by others. He won the award for Best Supporting Actor in 1947 ceremony. Hollywood's entire narrative is about actors overcoming being told they have to hide who they are, or that their skin colour stops them from going beyond stereotypes. Russell wasn't able to work after that film. It would be great to work a disabled character into the narrative, that they can be more than just that one film. My personal recommendation, and I think it was a really missed opportunity to not include her, is actress Susan Peters. She was already working in Hollywood.
Firefox. I was using Edge, but it is crap. Sorry, Microsoft. Yeah, I'm using Firefox, so Mozilla. Oh, yeah. Obviously this is an Android, so I'm stuck with Chrome for my phone. Not much I can do about that really, and I am never, I repeat, never moving to an iPhone. The horror stories both my sisters have told me about iPhones, yeah, doesn't seem worth nearly $2 fucking grand. Nope, not doing it. Go away, Apple. Not buying your phones. Too expensive. And they don't even last that long, apparently. The only reason my middle sister had it is because when she worked for USDO, and well, she now works for the STUC, so the union, and well, the STUC now, the umbrella for unions up here in Scotland, they pay for it. They pay the contract. So she didn't really need to worry about it. But my younger sister, she paid the contract for her iPhone when she's Android now. She's moved over. She's got a better phone. I think she's got an HTC actually. But she was iPhone for Yeah, over 20 years. And she kept on moaning at them, so I'm I'm the only one of my family members. Yeah, my nephews are not old enough. Yeah, even my niece had one at one point. I'm the only family member that has never had an iPhone. I am untainted.
Before being accidentally shot during a duck hunting trip in 1945. She used a wheelchair as she was paralysed from the waist down, and she starred in the feature film The Sign of the Ram in 1948, but sadly became deeply depressed by the lack of opportunity for disabled actors and died at the age of 31. She was already friends with other Hollywood names and part of the scene, so it seems like she would have been a pretty amazing character just to slot into the show. Missed opportunity, especially considering that the true portrayal of disability on film is still lagging behind. Actually, for the 4 people still watching this video, would you be interested in more videos about disability in media, like tropes and so on? Let me know in the comments below. And remember to subscribe if you haven't already, and I'll see you in my next video.
Paris from the turn of the century until World War II was unlike anywhere in history. According to Sapphic author Gertrude Stein, herself a controversial figure in numerous ways, once said of the city, "Paris was where the 20th century was, the place that suited those of us who were to create the 20th century art and literature." This was a special place for creatives and outsiders, and never before had there been such an oasis for Sapphic women to come together and seek collective, open community where they could create art together and express themselves freely, loving each other in all of the messy and intense ways that had long been held secret or restrained to romantic friendship. Queer people of all flavors, growing an organic new sense of understanding of identity on the coattails of the new sexology studies that shook the foundations of society, came together to share ideas and love, and of course, drama in the City of Lights. Neighborhoods like Montparnasse and Montmartre harbored lively artist and outsider communities due to low rents and a tendency for locals to support them, or at least look the other way. Cheap living, strong community, a flourishing cafe culture, and radical new art and political movements created a flashbang moment in history that gave birth to some of the first openly queer icons. For the first time, the closet door was wide open for everyone to step out, at least at night. Because nighttime in Paris was a fascinating world of rapid change, people shirked old dusty societal mores and entertained themselves at various bars, clubs, cabarets, and theaters that catered to more colorful crowds in more ways than one. From shows and clubs focusing on the art and music of the Black community, to queer ballrooms like Magic City, to of course the famous lesbian bars like Le Monocle, all of these places operated around a robust world of an only somewhat secret Paris, teeming with lesbian salons and social groups. It's hard to imagine this world today when there are so few lesbian bars left in the world. Not just in Paris. Here in the US, there are only a tiny amount of them left, and many overall gay bars tend to be rather unwelcoming to Sapphic women, but some do persist, like this one, Chicago's own Dorothy Downstairs. Places like this encourage inclusion and community while hearkening back to the legacy of the lesbian bars of yesteryear that paved the way for today's gays. What was it like back in that world? Come learn with me. But first, a word from today's sponsor, Aura. The internet is truly an uncertain place, and online privacy is now more important than ever, especially say this in a lot of my queer history videos, but it's a core thing that we need to establish. It is hard as fuck to qualify and quantify historical queer experiences because all structures of gender and sexuality are inherently tied to whatever the norm of the era is. And that norm structure is constantly in flux and entirely reliant on a myriad of factors. The era's politics, both past and present, the local and national cultures, the current issues and ongoing disasters and wars, the economy, everything has a role in how society builds its gender and sexual parameters. So how we define gender today isn't the same as even 10 years ago, much less 50 or 100 years ago. And forms of queerness as a result are also not static or inherent. How we describe our queer identities are always a response and reaction to the norm, and how people may not fit inside of it. This is why it's impossible to assume one-for-one modern experiences and frameworks of gay and trans life in historical periods. They didn't have our framework, they had their own. Judith Halberstam very correctly points out in Female Masculinity, it has proven quite difficult to theorize sexuality and gender deviance in historical ways, and often the field is divided between untheoretical historical surveys and ahistorical models. Debates about the history of sexuality and the history of gender deviance have also very often reproduced this split, rendering historical sexual forms as either universal or completely bound by their historical moment. The challenge for new queer history has been and remains to produce methodologies sensitive to historical change but influenced by current theoretical preoccupations. So some people obviously and incorrectly look at this and say, oh, well, because our modern structures and language weren't a thing back then, we can't use modern terms to describe historical people, and you can't call...
The hell we can, and we do. We're using our current framework to actually analyse. Thank you. That's what dissertations are. Or papers. In this realm, at least. It's how my one worked when I'd done my dissertation. Mind you, have my bloody documents were missing. Thanks, British government, for that. But yeah, we can put modern framing on historical events to show corollary. How it's we've got this. It's like this just now, but we could have had it earlier. So I don't know why anyone would fucking say that. Nay. So no, we shut up. That's stupid. Thank you.
People trans or lesbian or bi and yada yada. Like, no, that's not really it either, I think. I'm gonna tap the sign again. There are two types of queer history. The queer history that was queer in its historical context, and the queer history that is reflective of ours. Both are valid, both are necessary. So let's just move past that and not argue about it. I'm going to be using the word lesbian as an overarching umbrella term for a lot of things in this video. And that has nothing to do with the, I guess, modern interpretation of the word lesbian, but more to do of how it was used in the era we're talking about. Okay, it's not start discourse in the comments, it's Pride Month. There's plenty of other discourse to be had over on Twitter. Go there instead. So in the era we're focusing on, the early 1900s, and especially the 20s and 30s, things are changing like crazy in the queer world like never before. For one thing, sexology as an official practice and study was firmly established, but still new in the grand scheme of things. People weren't used to having identity terms that describe sexuality as who you are rather than just an action, a verb. One result of this is the rise of the invert, or the Uranian, a unique theoretical identity which is now defunct but connected same-sex attraction to being trans in some way, using a lot of language that those of us who grew up in the 2000s are definitely familiar with. According to people like Karl Heinrich Ulrichs, who coined the term, sexual inverts are either men with the soul of a woman trapped in his body, or a woman with a man's soul trapped in hers. This disconnect of the soul's gender
causes these people to experience not only homosexual attraction, that is, their attraction is inverted, but they also may display tendencies to act or dress more aligned with their inverted spirit. Masculine women, feminine men, who is the rooster, who is the hen? Obviously, a lot of gay people who experience some sort of gender deviation, which is really common with lesbians, like butches, or really effeminate gay men, or people who identified as trans or sometimes fairies, which was often its own gender altogether, really identified with being an invert. It gave people a logical, scientifically rooted explanation for why they felt and desired what they did, and having solid labels for common queer experiences brought people together under a shared community and struggle. For the first time, a united queer community, though still very fragmented and divided by class, nationality, gender, and race lines, began to form with its own distinct language that people could both use to self-actualize and...
My God, Super Hubby's snoring and breathing sounds really bad. Am I going to have to get him to go to the GP again? I have to remind him every so often. Back to Kaz.
To begin thinking about social liberation. I mean, obviously early sexology had inherent issues, though. Positives aside, it still sought to define queerness by pathologizing it, attempting to explain people's experiences by framing them as a condition or a defect. Even though many sexologists were obviously allies to the queer community and attempted to use their studies to advocate for acceptance, it was flawed from day one in assuming that, quote, normal people would have sympathy for inverts and other queer folks just because it was something they couldn't help. Like, come on, man. Look at how people in these eras already treated disabled or non-white people. That should have probably already been a clue. And even with all these studies and theories flying around, many of which were greatly influenced by the interests of various governments at the time, female inverts seemed to be rather a mystery. For one thing, lesbian history itself is even more difficult to trace than that of gay men, because a lot of the time, sex between cis women was not seen as real sex because it doesn't involve PIV. So it wasn't criminalized, unless something was involved to emulate PIV. Then a woman is seeking to imitate and take the role of a man, and now it's a prosecutable no-no. So because in the minds of a lot of men, lesbians basically weren't real, a lot of the time they kind of flew under the radar and weren't really represented in sexological studies. Heike Bauer writes in Theorizing Female Inversion, Sexology, Discipline, and Gender in the Fin de Siècle. In his English translation of Psychopathia Sexualis, Francis J. Rebman's only reference to Krafft-Ebing's ideas on female same-sex sexuality and the law is a single sentence that states, "The chief reason why inverted sexuality in women is still covered in the veil of mystery is that the homosexual act, so far as women is concerned, does not fall under the law." To make things even more complex, many women were randomly called inverts when they weren't even gay, but simply because they were perceived as masculine during the rise of the New Woman, a type of female archetype in the turn of the century that covered feminists who championed women's rights and often partook in masculine-coded activities such as wearing mannish clothes, smoking, doing sports, or even going to school and reading books. Now, before we get ahead of ourselves, we don't need to generalize all Victorians and Edwardians as people who thought this shit, but the ideas were there.
Some of them thought this, trust me. God damn you Victorians. Oh, and by the way, a lot of them are hypocrites. Who'd have thunk it? Just, no. Nah. So reading books and wanting an education, delightful, is seen as masculine. No, I want to better myself. Thanks. How is reading books masculine? What, we won't understand it? Or you're scared we might learn stuff and start advocating for more shit for us?
To learn more about the mannish woman thing, I highly recommend Nicole Rudolph's video on the subject, or you can watch my video on Victorian women in sports. But yeah, the new women, as they were called, were often pathologized as inverts to try and explain their aberrant behavior. And the new woman sometimes did identify with this, completely ignoring same-sex desire as a factor. They and others sometimes viewed these unwomanly actions or modes of dress as an effective unsexing of themselves, as a removal or alteration of their womanhood. See what I mean about sexuality and gender frameworks as forever shifting? Back then, wearing trousers and smoking a pipe could make your ass trans, but it wouldn't today. Things are always in flux. But hilariously, because things are always in flux, we are now swinging back around to goofy shit that would have seemed real familiar to the Victorians, brought to you most kindly by the very creative and usually incorrect transvestigators. You know, those transphobic people who are always like, we can always tell if you're trans. And then they start like saying Taylor Swift was born male because she has like a normal person's trapezius or a 10-degree angled jaw or whatever the fuck. Just real unhinged loser shit.
Do you care about your testosterone? Never touch receipts. Receipts have 10 times more estrogen materials than birth control. If you want to be high test, never touch receipts, or else you're going to be a woman.
Time is a flat circle. Anyway, because of women's unique and often obscured relationship with sexology and emerging
You'd need to touch millions, if not, millions, I repeat, millions of receipts. And even at that, it will still be microscopic levels, okay? I don't know how better to explain that to these people. Now, I take hormones for reasons. If you take one of those pills, you'll definitely get some estradiol. Yeah, estrogen. I'm not on the confined one anymore. I'm effectively going through the menopause. Luckily, no hot flushes or anything. I still get cramp, but I always get muscle cramp. I've had it since before I started being on HRT when I was a teenager. So I don't know if it's connected to that kind of cramp, so I've always suffered it. So, don't know. Take a guess. That's the mystery. That is Katie. Yeah, we do. To varying degrees. You say, well, except me. I didn't have the hormones associated with my biological sex. Don't produce them. That's why I needed to go on HRT when I was 16 years old. Well, 16 and a half. I don't produce estrogen or progesterone. So I've basically been on HRT since I was a teenager. They were very surprised when they found that out. My God, she doesn't even produce the hormones. Which means there's something wrong with pituitary, and the response, the one that clicks, is on, well, it could be on either of them, on the ovary, no ovaries. So that means the production of those hormones didn't start, and the chemical switch never got turned on, essentially, because the other half of that signal wasn't there. Fun being me.
In queer studies, new insulated and culturally unique lesbian communities were on the rise in large metropolitan zones, and as they flourished, lesbians began finding ways to find each other. One obvious way is, of course, flagging, and there's no better way to
Daydream? Scientist? Yeah, that's why I needed to be put on HRT to help. Obviously, we can't. And bones and other things. So I needed to go on them. So these nutters across the pond wanting to stop me from getting my hormones. Yeah, they wanted to keep me a child forever. No, thank you. People actually said that. Well, if you don't produce them, you shouldn't be taking them. Fuck off. Do you know how important those hormones are? I needed them, so shush. People have actually said that to me in real life. Piss off, I need to take these to actually grow up and to help shit in my body. So, no, fuck off. And zip it. I knew what you meant, didn't worry about it. Plus, it is kind of hard word to spell. I knew what you meant, so don't worry, my dear.
Flag and make a statement, then through unique fashion. For centuries, sapphic fashion has inherently subverted the various social rules for women's fashion. Of course, one calls to mind obvious examples like Anne Lister or the ladies of Llangollen, who adopted various aspects of menswear into their dress. Skirts paired with mannish cuts of coats and neckwear, carrying walking sticks and wearing men's hats. I don't have time today to get fully into the debacle.
Hey, maybe they needed the walking sticks because they had mobility and joint issues. Did you think of that? They might have been using it to keep themselves upright and support themselves, not just cosplay as man. Okay?
About bloomers, but that was a significant turning point in the politics surrounding women's fashion and women in pants. Well into the 20th century, it was illegal in many places for women to wear pants or in any significant way to cross-dress. In places like Los Angeles, there were actually laws stating that a woman must wear a minimum number of female garments or she would be arrested. But women's styles, especially after the First World War, persisted in becoming
What? Excuse me. What do you mean by female garments? And it had to be at least 3. Well, stays, a bodice, undershift, petticoats, lots of petticoats. Is that an attachable pocket? I don't. What's feminine? What's female? What? That's a weird law, that one. Who gets to decide what female attire is? And if it's anyone else but females, go away. I decide what I wear, thank you.
More and more gender neutral, or even masculine in many ways, at least compared to its Victorian and Edwardian predecessors. So, to add intensity to flagging and radical dress, many lesbians took trends a step further and developed unique fashion statements special to women-loving women. As Diana Suhami writes in No Modernism Without Lesbians, high collars and monocles, though not de rigueur, were clues. So was brilliantine short hair, a white carnation or sprig of violets pinned to a jacket lapel, a ring on a pinky finger. Beyond such badges of allegiance, an appraising glance of recognition was universally understood. It's these little things you can see in famous photos of lesbian nightlife in the era, in addition to iconic trends shared between lesbians and gay men. The iconography of the sailor and the bellhop, the over-the-top posh gentleman. This thing never stays in. Ugh, I don't know how they did it. Of course, this means there was and still is a ton.
Kaz, my lovely, lovely lady, my lovely girl. They trained their muscles constantly. They took measurements of whatever eye they wanted to use it for, and especially if they needed the prescription. And they measured around the socket, essentially, and they went a size up, so you're pushing it in and you're training your muscles to keep it in place. literally trying to retrain your facial muscles, especially these ones down here. It was mental. Just get glasses. I mean, seriously, monocle? I get it in cartoons. It does look kind of funny, kind of cool looking, I guess, but in real life, my God, it must have hurt like a bastard. This is a very sensitive area around the eye. And trying to retrain your muscles to do that sort of nonsense? No, thanks. Just, my glasses are fine, thank you. Oh, by the way, can't do contacts. I kept on poking myself in the eye, causing damage to my cornea. So no contacts for me. Ugh. Seriously, I don't know how people can do it. Because my hands shake so much. Imagine me trying to put contacts in. You're just as well as poking a pencil in my eye. So no, actual glasses for me. Not monocle. Monocle? No. Go away.
Ton of overlap between the historical experiences of the Sapphic people who donned menswear in various ways, and the experiences of people who today identify as lesbians, non-binary, trans men, simply cross-dressers, and more. It's crucial to understand that these experiences and feelings mirror each other in a huge way. All of these people shared the same community, the same spaces, and found comfort in their similarities rather necessarily than their differences. With exceptions, as we'll get into. And the differences are important too, make no mistake. Although it's difficult to make a one-to-one assessment of historical identities to match the ones we know and use today, we can still use certain labels where they fit because of the specific ways people went about their lives, even if they don't have the same terms. For example, one person whose experience with dress was directly affected by the politics of lesbian fashion was a person named Colonel Victor Barker, who was born Valerie Arkell Smith. He lived life fully as a man for years, even marrying a woman, and when Barker's sex was discovered and word went public, his wife claimed she had no idea until she read about it in the newspaper, which was definitely not true. And ironically, an intense amount of vitriol towards Barker came from Radcliffe Hall, a figure we'll discuss in a minute. She wrote to her literary agent, "I would like to see her drawn and quartered. A mad pervert of the most undesirable type." The irony in this comes from the fact that Hall herself had just finished going through the obscenity trial against her banned lesbian novel, The Well of Loneliness, and Hall was famously masculine and struggled with her gender. It's so funny looking at history and seeing where these bizarre lines got drawn for people. It's important to note, though, that the decade following World War I was a really bizarre and fluid one for gender and fashion. More intensely than ever, fashion didn't really mean a whole lot in connection to one's gender or sexuality. In the last several decades to the modern day, less so as years go on, but still present, there is an assumption that your dress signals something about your identity and behavior. Women who dress masculine must be lesbians, or at least bisexual. Maybe the people dressing this way are trans or non-binary. Men who dress in basically anything that shows any color or personality are obviously gay. This was simply not the case in the mid-10s.
So, men wearing colour, gay. No, not necessarily. Don't get me wrong, there's gay men that probably don't wear a lot of colour, I get that, but a good few of the gay men that I know here in Glasgow, they love colour, they wear colour, they are colour. It's cool, just because a man wants to wear a nice colourful outfit, suit, whatever, biscuit, shirt, jacket, whatever, brightly coloured shoes, just doesn't make them gay necessarily. Oh, okay, we can choose to wear what we want, unless we're poor. Then we're usually not wearing very much colourful things because they were more expensive back then. But just because you want to wear colour doesn't mean you're gay. Thank you. That's just daft.
20s. Laura Doan writes, the magazine Eve depicts a virtual panorama of what might be called the passing fashions of the 1920s, active women moving into the once exclusively masculine preserve of motorboat racing and yachting, rakishly boyish society women, a cross-dressed artist, and an actor posing as a tomboy. The clothing obscures rather than reveals gender and sexuality, so that we might well wonder what each passed for in the 20s. A woman passing as or taken to be a boy or a man? A heterosexual woman passing as a lesbian passing as heterosexual, a woman of any sexual preference dressing boyishly or mannishly to pass as a woman of fashion, a lesbian passing as a lesbian. It's such a strange moment in time, so different from the generations prior when dress meant everything to identity, and dressing mannishly or acting mannish was effectively enough to unsex a woman or even make her basically a man, whether figuratively or literally. When you look at the odd medical claims of the Victorian era, it really paints a bizarre picture of an alternate reality of transness. The 20s trends in particular became so inspired by gender play that it almost created a veil that protected lesbians because so many women were doing it. By 1927, an entire label was coined for women who pushed these boundaries, the boyette. And boy, did it make the culture critics freak the fuck out. The Daily Mail reported, the boyette not only crops her hair close like a boy, but she dresses in every way as a boy. In age, she appears to be in the last years of flapperdom, and her ambition is to look as much like a boy as possible, but little feminine mannerisms disclose her sex and show her amusing herself by masquerade that is harmless enough, though some people may disapprove of it as ultra-tomboyish. What they think does not trouble the boyette. She revels in the freedom of movement. A point of interest to eugenists is that the boyette has a finer physique than the average boy of her age. Yeah, let's bring eugenics into this. Yeah, of course. Why the hell did I think they wouldn't?
What
Hilariously, some
Mail?
writers went to the extent of claiming that women were dressing more boyish in order to, quote, compete.
A lot of us leftists here in Britain, from even back then, despise the Mail. It's been bad since it started, essentially. Just, dear God. No, go away, Daily Mail. Seriously, shut the fuck up. It's a rag. It's a very right-wing rag. For Christ's sake, it supported the Nazis. Blech. So no, I will not be giving the time of day to that from the Daily Mail. Just go away. Thank you.
With the pansies, because men are becoming so much more gay, so now if a woman wants a man, she needs to become a man, which accidentally turns her into a lesbian. Oh! So as a result, it's really hard to make hard and fast declarations about a lot of the trends that lesbians used, because a lot of the time, they were following the same posh trends that straight women were. Even the monocle, so iconic in its place in lesbian fashion history that one of the most famous lesbian bars was named after it, was more of a trend of women trying to emulate sleek bourgeois masculinity than lesbians necessarily inventing it as a unique flagging trend. Women in cropped hair, called the Eton crop, wasn't really a marker of lesbianism back then the way that it became in the 80s and 90s. It was the major style moving into the 20s. When newspapers reported on these women sporting these fashions, they didn't question their sexuality, they called them ultra-modern. So, in a lot of cases, using our modern eyes to look at women of the 20s and 30s and looking for lesbian style is often a losing game. Yeah. The markers were so much more subtle, more of a devil in the details. As Laura Doan continues, if in the 1920s boyishness as fashion meant passing neither as a boy nor as a lesbian, then we need to be careful in reading masculine as synonymous with lesbian. For this reason, we must be cautious when biographers such as Ormrod assert that Lady Una Troubridge's mode of self-presentation certainly leaves the viewer in little doubt as to her proclivities. The whole point of 20s fashion was that No one knew for sure. The same is hard to say for the 30s, however, because in the 1930s, the boyish fashions of the 20s skewed more feminine once again, and in the cultural atmosphere, it became more common for people to associate sexual identity with a person's clothing, and so the line in the sand was more solid than before. For the first time in many years, probably since before the First World War, women became anxious about being perceived as mannish, because it was once again tied to sexual deviance, in no small part due to the obscenity trial surrounding Radcliffe Hall's book, The Well of Loneliness. So, women still choosing to dress masculine now prompted the thought, is she a lesbian? In 1935, Olga Knopf wrote, "In certain circles, a custom has arisen of wearing what might almost be called a homosexual uniform, a severely masculine suit with men's shirts or mannish blouses to match. It was not originally a fashion confined to homosexuals, but nowadays, if one sees a young woman who was previously dressed like everybody else suddenly take to this uniform, one will hardly go wrong if one guesses that she has become a homosexual and is advertising the change." I mean, I get it. That's kind of what I was trying to do when I got all my hair chopped off for the first time in early high school, and I definitely think it did succeed in advertising me as a lesbian. But nevertheless, it's fair to say that many of the most famous sapphics in Paris did adopt these radically ungendered styles. And of course, they were usually also the artists. Truman Capote, the author of many classics such as In Cold Blood, once said of Romaine Brooks that her body of work was the all-time ultimate gallery of famous dykes, and that could not be more true. Brooks was a painter and ran closely in lesbian circles, along with another lesbian painter who simply went by the name Gluck. Gluck in particular was so androgynous that many newspapers often reported her as maybe a boy or a girl, and the essayist and photographer E.O. Hoppe wrote, "To look at the face of Gluck is to understand both her success as an artist and the fact that she dresses as a man. Originality, determination, strength of character, and artistic insight are expressed in every line. Gluck's facial contour indicates the qualities expressed in her paintings, combining form with the sensitiveness of the vision." Lesbians like feeling lesbian figures in portraiture in all of their fashion and self styles of the era. With her avant-garde inspired clothing and in the lesbian world of Paris, although she and Radcliffe Hall didn't really spend a lot of time there, bridging the gap between British and French lesbian cultures. She was also the life partner of Radcliffe Hall, the infamous author of the lesbian novel The Well of Loneliness, and haver of weird and ironic opinions on trans men, I guess. Hall, unlike pronouns in this video, you very well use they them pronouns for Radcliffe Hall, who did in fact with her gender and often went by John Hall. This is a point of extreme contention for a lot of historians and queer historians in general. It is impossible to say if Radcliffe Hall would have identified as a trans man today, given her reactions to trans men in her own time. That's why I hesitate to place that identity upon her. But I would say if you want to lean into that interpretation of her preferences and her gender, you wouldn't be necessarily wrong either. It's just one of those situations that makes interpreting queer history so difficult. With Radcliffe Hall specifically, it's just so complicated. But as for Claude Cahun, in the 1920s and 30s, Claude Cahun literally wrote out their desire for neutrality in language, their as gender neutral, or in many ways gender fluid. And so for that reason, I do use they them pronouns for them, but also when it comes to Klutgehen, I don't think you would be wrong to use she, her pronouns, like, because they did use those pronouns at that time. So it's just W.R. Gordon sort of relationship which Miss Radcliffe Hall attempts to justify is that it poisons all those other innocent, cheerful, affectionate relationships and leaves no part of life secure from the wandering dragon of lust. Boy. Now, The Well of Loneliness is a really interesting book and one of my favorites. It's very intended to be a veiled boyhood, divorced from traditional femininity, in no small part due to her attraction to women and unorthodox upbringing. There's lots of angles we can interpret this from. For one thing, the feeling of being removed from womanhood due to a lack of attraction to men is a very, very common lesbian experience, and one that I understand personally. That's why a lot of lesbians identify with lesbianism as a gender. Living in a world completely structured around men, which society is, where so much of womanhood and femininity is traditionally built around its relationship to men, to the attraction to men, of course, many lesbians feel inherently othered. The classic and most vital writing on this feeling is obviously Monique Wittig's 1981 essay, One is Not Born a Woman. She writes, "Not only is there no natural group women, we lesbians are living proof of it, but as individuals as well we question woman, which for us, as Simone de Beauvoir, is only a myth. She said, one is not born, but becomes a woman." The whole essay is a very key piece of feminist theoretical history, and worth a read, of course. It manages to draw connections to a wide breadth of unique experiences that lesbians have, as well as other sapphics in their own unique ways. Everyone is connected! Yay! Yippee! But obviously, the other experience that comes to mind when reading Radcliffe Hall's work and life story is the parallels to what could easily be described today as an experience a trans-masc person would identify with. Heike Bauer continues, Hall's protagonist, Stephen Gordon, who is herself well-versed in the writings of Ulrichs and Krafft-Ebing, certainly provides the most recognizable self-identified female invert in English literary history, and the novel's subsequent appearance in early 20th century sexology clearly indicates some of the complex interactions between sexological and literary spheres. Obviously, it's impossible to say if Hall would have identified as trans today, especially given their weirdo opinions, but that's really not the point. The same experiences are there that many people from many avenues of queerness can relate to, which I think is really cool. The thing is, though, Radcliffe Hall sort of became the genesis of our modern idea of lesbianism. After the obscenity trial surrounding The Well of Loneliness in 1928, which resulted in a huge media scandal that suddenly publicized to the world what a lesbian looks like. Of course, Radcliffe Hall was that image. A mannish woman who dresses in a rather ungendered way. Suddenly, people had a good idea of what a female sexual invert looks like, and it furthered the process of the already slowly coagulating modern idea of homosexuality. In his book, The Wild Century, Alan Sinfield calls this, quote, the moment of indeterminacy. For it is not that our idea of the homosexual was hiding beneath other phrases, or lurking unspecified in the silence, like a statue under a sheet, fully formed but waiting to be unveiled. It was in the process of becoming constituted. I think a lot of people will look at this and maybe become annoyed, or even more confused, or maybe even frustrated. Some people might feel like this sort of invalidates modern queer labels or something. But I really don't think so. It also means that our modern labels of queerness aren't actually more or less valid than historical ones. Like, a way that a lot of people talk about history is like, they didn't have the language for this yet. And it's like, well, yes, they didn't have our language yet, but they had theirs. And in their context, that's just as valid. Like, I really want to discourage people coming at history from a modern standpoint from instinctively regarding historical people as like stupid or ignorant to their own identities, because identity is not a fixed thing throughout all of human history. It's not inherent necessarily. It revolves around how our society is built. That's why every single different society has their own forms of queerness, because it relates to what their society builds up as gender and sexuality. Does that make sense? Because isn't it almost just like a little bit exciting, though? Because we're always in a moment of indeterminacy in many ways. Queerness is always in flux, even as we speak. We are currently in a moment of shifting into another model of meaning, and always will be. There were a vast number of interwar lesbians in particular who recognized the issue that Monique Wittig went on to write about, and they manifested their outsider experiences of gender in their own special ways. One of my favorites of these lesbians in Paris was, of course, Claude Guéhin. I would obviously be remiss not to bring up Claude Guéhin and Marcel Moore, given that I have literally written and illustrated a graphic novel biography on them. Liberated, the radical art and life of Claude Guéhin. You can purchase it from the link in the description below, and I highly encourage you to do so. I'm very proud of it. But anyway, Guéhin and Moore were easily two of the most important lesbian surrealist artists in Paris, and much like Radcliffe Hall, Guéhin had a very distinct struggle with their gender as well. Born Lucy Schwab in Nantes, they were the child of a well-known Jewish newspaper owner. Lucy grew up surrounded by literature and history and art, and in their youth they met and fell in love with Suzanne Malherbe. The two became inseparable and remained together until death. They also became an artistic power duo, adopting the pseudonyms Claude Guéhin and Marcel Moore and collaborating on these absolutely incredible surrealist photos and writings. They also notably kept extremely detailed journals and memoirs, so we are very lucky to have a lot of information about their lives and feelings. They spent a lot of time in the lesbian world of Paris, as well as radical political groups fighting for social justice and freedom. They eventually moved to the island of Jersey, which later became occupied by the Nazis during World War II, and they used their artistic skills and experience writing political manifestos to secretly resist and fight the Nazi occupiers by creating anonymous tracts and other pieces of protest art from the perspective of a fictional disgruntled German soldier that they called the Soldier with No Name. When they were eventually caught and imprisoned and sentenced to death, the Nazis firmly believed that their work must have been the work of a massive underground resistance, that there was no way these two simple old ladies could do all of that. It's a testament to how powerful their resistance was, how many German soldiers must have seen their work and decided to lay down their guns and desert. And we do know some of them did, based on how many friends these two made in prison who were former German soldiers. Thankfully, Guéhin and Moore survived, and their legacy lives on in their stunning work. I was so happy that when I visited Paris, I got to see the street named in their honor, as well as the apartment that they lived in during their exciting years here in interwar Paris. To learn more about these icons, definitely buy my graphic novel and give it a read. And I would also encourage you to check out the works listed in the sources below by Tirza True Latimer, Jennifer Shaw, and Jeffrey Jackson. Tirza especially very personally helped me when I was writing my graphic novel, and her books on queer women in Parisian history are so incredible. Now, one place that served as a beautiful center of queer life in Paris that wasn't a club and that Guéhin and Moore visited practically all the time was the bookstore owned by the sapphic couple Sylvia Beach and her partner Adrienne Monnier, the original Shakespeare and Company. Now, obviously, there still is one by the Seine near Notre Dame. Odds are you've seen people walking around with, like, this tote bag. Obviously, I had to get one myself when I visited. But the Shakespeare and Company that exists in Paris today isn't the original. It's the successor, named in honor of Sylvia Beach's original. The first Shakespeare and Company was the breeding ground for a massive number of creatives, including Ernest Hemingway and friend of the channel, F. Scott Fitzgerald. Of course, another author that stopped by Sylvia and Adrienne's Shakespeare and Company was the famous writer and bohemian sapphic Colette, the author of stories like Cherie and Gigi. In fact, any queer writer at one point or another ended up there. Sylvia and Adrienne often sold pirated copies of banned books, like The Well of Loneliness, or even published them, like Ulysses by James Joyce. Quite literally, an American in Paris, Sylvia had come to Paris to study literature, and one rainy day stumbled into the little gray bookshop owned by Adrienne Monnier. The two sat there for hours talking, and Sylvia wrote, "That was the beginning of much laughter and love." and a lifetime together. Together in the late 1910s, they opened Shakespeare & Company, which was also a lending library, and they moved in together on Rue de l'Odéon. The bookshop lasted strongly until it was shut down by the Nazis during the occupation in World War II.
And then I decided to have a bookshop of my own, and it was my French friend who encouraged me to, and my French friend. And they all said, oh yes, have this bookshop and we'll all come to it.
As I said earlier, more often than not, queer historical figures have to be identified and interpreted by their actions rather than a flat-out statement like we may have with people today. They very rarely have quotes in writing that are like, oh yeah, I am only attracted to women as a woman, or something like that, and part of that is because having identity labels is a rather new phenomenon. For most of history, sex and how you went about it and who you desired wasn't who you are, it was a thing you did, an action. The changes of the turn of the century made this a vastly different framework, and for the first time, you got people defining themselves in terms that describe their queerness. Natalie Barney is one of the few obviously queer figures of this era who we have actual recorded quotes from of her openly declaring her identity. She once wrote, "I am a lesbian. One need not hide of it or boast of it, though being other than normal is a perilous advantage." So right off the bat, Natalie Barney is an extremely unique figure. Like many of these other open and prominent lesbian figures, except for Sylvia Beach and Adrian, Natalie was able to live her life open and freely because she inherited a huge fortune from her father. Without having to struggle for money, she didn't need to marry, although she was engaged to a very understanding guy for a while. Natalie came to terms with her lesbianism from a very young age, and at 18 she met her first long-term partner, Ava Palmer. Together, the two women dreamed of recreating the lesbian utopia that Sappho's work evokes. They believed they could create it in Paris, a place where creative sapphic women could come together and freely love one another. Against her father's wishes, Natalie published Quelques Portraits Sonnets de Femmes, a collection of love poems about her female lovers. Truthfully, she was kind of a rizzler and had a lot of various flings. Today, she would have probably identified as polyamorous. Ava was cool with this, and it seems that they both were poly and enjoyed having an open relationship. Alas, in 1907, Ava left Natalie to marry a man, and they ran off to Greece to basically LARP living ancient Greek life in Delphi. But she wasn't super attracted to him, and he eventually had an affair with his cousin. Huge good luck babe moment for Natalie, I'm sure. At her beautiful apartment at 20 Rue Jacob, Natalie took to continuing that dream of bringing Lesbos to Paris. Here, she hosted regular salons where creatives of all sorts gathered. Mostly sapphic women, but men did join in and knew their place as the side characters.
My idea was that the French and the Americans and the English should meet and translate each other's works as much as possible. And so I opened it in that view. Then it became a well-known thing. People came, flocked here. They were sitting in chairs and they were initiated into each other's art.
Natalie's next long-term relationship was with Lily de Gramont, the Duchess of Clermont-Tonnerre. Ava was with Natalie for 10 years, and Lily for 45 until her death. Lily left her husband, children, and fortune for Natalie, partially against her will, and the two drew up a symbolic marriage contract to bind them. Beyond her love affairs, Natalie managed to do what was previously thought impossible. She successfully united a massive, previously isolated lesbian community, and through that community, many, many more women were able to explore and realize their attractions to women where they otherwise may not have. Physical community is so important to marginalized groups. To have a safe, real place that they could go and gather was a wonder that people had hardly dreamed of before. And there it was, in an apartment in Paris. But Natalie Barney's salon wasn't even close to the only places that lesbians gathered. After all, it was indeed for the most special, most creative people, and you kinda had to be invited through knowing a guy. Most other saphists weren't there, but they did certainly have other places they could go.
Lesbian night.
Obviously, outside of salons and cafes and bookstores, all of these people and more came together under the protective cloak of night to convene at any number of lively lesbian bars, cabarets, and clubs. As would be the case for the next several decades, and even for some today, many of these patrons of the gay nightlife were in their own ways going undercover, closeted in their daily lives, and went to gay establishments by night to engage with their more authentic selves. It was a good opportunity to wear any clothes you wanted, to be as camp or toned down as you pleased. These were truly liminal spaces where all forms of questioning and confusion were valid and even encouraged. As Diana Suhami continues, what is correct attire and true appearance? Who is the real person, unmasked, as opposed to the presented self? Paris allowed candor and was where pretense could be stripped. Expectations confounded, identity fluid, and sexual relationships open. The autobus was a vehicle for transparency, free expression, and the breaking of rules. When I stayed in Paris researching for this video, I stayed in Montparnasse, not only because it's where Claude Guéhin, Marcel Moore, and Natalie Barney lived, but because them being there was for a very pointed reason. If Montmartre was where the lesbians and their queer folks explored the more dirty angles of sexuality and partied, Montparnasse was more often the quieter, more domestic sapphic center. Shakespeare and Company was here, and so too were a number of bars that catered directly to saphists. The most famous is, of course, Le Monocle. Located on Boulevard Edgar Quinet, you would never look at this dark, unoccupied storefront today and imagine that it was once a place of such significance. With its unique circular entrance, Le Monocle was one of the very first lesbian clubs in Paris. It opened in the 20s by Lucienne Franchi, or Lulu de Montparnasse, a rather iconic character who went on to also run the La Roulotte Cabaret. Le Monocle openly allowed women to dress in menswear, kiss, and dance together, and had an all-woman band. Of all the lesbian clubs in Paris, Le Monocle is so famous because it was thankfully immortalized by the photographer Brassailles. In 1932, he was permitted entry to the club to take some photos, as he did with many queer venues of the 30s like Magic City. He focused largely on photographing the secret Paris, the shadowy and hidden parts of the city unknown to those who don't go searching for it. Sex workers, trans people, and drag performers, clubs spotlighting people of color, and of course, lesbians. It's extremely fortunate that we have these photos, a remarkably intimate look into a world now lost to time. Le Monocle employed a number of trainers, but one of the most significant was a butch woman named Fred. Born Suzanne Jean Bollet in 1914, Fred took on her famous new name when she joined the Le Monocle staff. It was there that she caught the eye of famous actress Marlene Dietrich in 1936, and the relationship lasted for almost a decade, with a close friendship between the two persisting well into the 70s. It was under Marlene's support that Fred set her sights on bigger dreams. She left her job at Le Monocle and opened La Silhouette, or Chez Fred as it was known, a lesbian cabaret on the Quartier Pigalle at the base of Montmartre. Of course, being the lover of Marlene Dietrich, Chez Fred became a hotspot for various big names, and Fred and her unique style was a major drawing point. Errol Flynn, one of the most famous actors to play Robin Hood, once wrote, "She dressed better than any man I had ever seen. Her overall effect was that of a sophisticated English schoolboy. Her man's haircut looked better on her than on any man." Whatever style a man does, a butch will always do it better. That's just the facts. During the Nazi occupation of Paris, Fred went into hiding, but returned after liberation and was hired at Le Carrel's, a famous cabaret that attracted even bigger names. During her time at Carol's, Fred made radical moves such as allowing women to dance together, which was against the law, and her influence skewed Carol's in a distinctly lesbian direction. She would remain a significant icon of Parisian lesbian life until her death from leukemia in the 70s. But of course, Fred's cabarets were not the only lesbian places in Montmartre and Pigalle. Even today, anyone who enters Pigalle right off the train gets a rather instantaneous idea that it is the sexual center of Paris. The street is covered block to block with strip clubs, adult theaters, sex shops, and naughty bars. Back in Fred's heyday, this space wasn't that much different. The famous Moulin Rouge itself is just a short walk up the street. It was a hot spot for people looking to have a raucous, spicy good time, and it was of course welcoming to patrons and businesses that fell well outside the bounds of normal sexual and gender expression. In the 30s alone, more than 20 sapphic cabarets opened in Paris, and many others became sapphic naturally over time via the typical gay invasion method. One other significant figure of lesbian Montmartre that predated Fred was Palmyre, who operated an 1890s lesbian brasserie called Le Souris across the street from the Moulin Rouge. Palmyre's professional portfolio of lesbian business ventures is extremely well documented due to how frequently she appears in police and court records. Her persistence, among others, is rather heroic when you think about it. By continuing to drive forward despite legal threats and pushback to build out these spaces of Montmartre that welcomed the gay community, who were shunned everywhere else, both created a record in history of queer life and existence, and allowed persecuted people to live lives as their authentic selves and enjoy themselves, even if only during the nightly opening hours. And these clubs also had a vital role in starting or popularizing key aspects of many queer dynamics that we still have today. For example, these cabarets typically employed what was called an entraîneuse, or a woman on staff who would dress in menswear and usually flirt or otherwise politely entertain the lady patrons, or the frocked up ones. This was one of the early forms of the butch femme subculture and dynamic. World War II did a number on everywhere, but Paris was literally occupied by the Nazis, and that obviously changed everything. The Germans burned a huge amount of queer studies and literature, and known places that catered to the queer community were shut down. But like in the US, when the war was over and everybody had to pick up the pieces again, society boomeranged around to trying to cope by reverting to conservative, traditional values that discouraged any way of life that broke from the norm. Anything different was considered a potential threat, and while the Red Scare in Europe wasn't exactly the same as it was in the US, it was still risky to be associated with queerness, which often got you looped in with accusations of communism. So, with their meeting places gone, many of the old lesbian matriarchs, dead or too tired to come out of hiding, simply desiring peace and quiet, the raucous lesbian nightlife became sparse. Certain figures like Fred and the new owners of La Monocle tried and failed to bring their establishments back, but they didn't last that long. La Monocle shuttered, the cabarets ceased being lesbian-specific, and time marched on. Of course, people found new ways to continue meeting and having community, but that glimmering, fascinating moment in history was firmly over. Today, there aren't that many lesbian bars left around the world at all, for many reasons depending on the country. But still, the spirit of sapphic lives past lives on in many ways, and for me it calls to mind the words of Virginia Woolf, a woman that I dislike on a personal level, but I will credit her with significance in her role as a prominent lover of women. In a letter to her lover, Vita Sackville-West, both of them frequenters of Natalie Barney's salons, she strung together words that I hear echoed in the flowery, wistful messages, dating app bios, poetry, and even TikToks that lesbians post today. Throw over your man, and we'll go to Hampton Court and dine on the river together, and walk in the garden in the moonlight, and come home late, and have a bottle of wine and get tipsy, and I'll tell you all of the things that I have in my head. They won't stir by day, only by dark on the river. Think of that. Throw over your man, I say, and come. Thank you for learning with me about Paris in the interwar years and its secret lesbian world. I really hope you enjoyed it. I have wanted to make this video literally since before I even started my channel. It was originally going to be my first video, and then I got caught up in other stuff, and I wanted to spend more time researching it. Anyway, let me know in the comments how you have been spending your Pride Month, or how you plan to spend Pride Month. And also, don't forget to check out all the amazing authors I used for my research in the description. And then also, go down to the description to order a copy of my graphic novel about Claude Gahan, and then also use the links to find out more about how you can support and donate to Palestinians. So, until next time, wash thy hands, wear thy mask, and save a circle of violets for your beloved.
sorry if that bang hurt anyone's ears or anything. I just dropped the mic.
Hello lovely people, and welcome to the queer history class that would have made school a lot more fun. Subscribe if you need just that kind of rainbow boost in your life. Firstly, thank you so much to everyone who sent me lovely birthday wishes this week. It was very much appreciated. Thank you also to those kind souls who sent birthday cards to my PO box and baby congratulations cards. If you have someone else in your life that you'd like to send cards to, then might I suggest these beautiful cards, available from my merch site and suitable for many occasions. Birthday, send a rainbow cake. Tell them they're a cutie or let them know a little bird said it's a special day. Friend feeling blue, remind them that this too shall pass and that they're your cutie. A wedding, you say? Celebrate lovely people coming together or share some rainbow cake. A little birdie told me you passed an exam and thank you for being a lovely person. Cards for every occasion. Available from the merch shelf beneath this video or through the top link in the description. As every January, it's felt so far this year like there's been a lot of change, a lot of blue days, and a sprinkling of hope. Continually refreshing in hopes of seeing that vaccine invitation email. So I decided first historical profile of the year should involve a scandalous, romping rascal that we can all enjoy learning about. Julie d'Aubigny, also known as La Mampin. Thank you so much to my Twitter followers for helping me to pronounce that name. I will attempt to get it correct throughout this video. Unsurprisingly, when you can't hear things, it is actually quite difficult to learn new words, so I have to kind of navigate through broadening my vocabulary based entirely on a lexicon that I experienced before the age of 15, but also after the age of 5-ish, because I couldn't hear before then either, so. La Mampin was an opera-singing, swashbuckling, bisexual badass, and I can't wait to tell you all about her. If this is your first time joining us for a historical profile, then click the link in the description or the card in the top left of the screen for access to the playlist and to find out about more disabled or LGBTQ+ historical figures. Basically, those really cool people that you should have learned about in school, or people you did learn about in school, but you didn't learn about how extra cool they were. It's hard to know exactly how many of the accounts of La Mampin's life are entirely factual. I mean, goodness, they can't even all agree on her first name. Some call her Emily and others Madeline. And I've left out a few of the more improbable tall tales about her from this video so that we can truly enjoy what's left, since it's A, probably true, and B, pretty darn exciting in itself. Some people are simply created to be impressive, and she was certainly one of them. Born in 1673 to Gaston d'Aubigny, a secretary to, yes, I am about to butcher some more French words. Yes, I am sorry about it. Yes, being both dyslexic and rapidly losing my hearing did make being forced to take French in school a really special kind of torture. He was the secretary to Louis de Lorraine Guise, Comte d'Armagnac. Sure, it's on screen. The master of the horse for French King Louis XIV. She was taught from a young age by her sword master. He was the secretary to Louis de Lorraine.
I've had a little bit of French. Louis de Lorraine Guise, the Comte d'Armagnac. I hope I didn't butcher that. I hope. Cops with his account. Lorraine and Guise are areas. So, like, so a count of Lorraine and Guise. The reason I know how to pronounce Guise properly is because Mary of Guise was, was she? Damn. Mary Queen of Scots' mother? No. Yes. Give me a second. I will let Jessica play. Carry on, Jessica, my lovely.
Lorraine Guise, Comte d'Armagnac. Sure, it's on screen. The master of the horse for French King Louis XIV. She was taught from a young age by her swordmaster father how to ride a horse like a man, fence like a man, and dress like a man to avoid detection for doing unladylike things. Either he was a wonderfully supportive father or one of those who can only connect with their child if they're interested in the exact same thing. No, it was definitely the latter. He was the man in charge of training Louis XIV's pages. He would fence non-stop during the day and spend his evening in gambling dens, bars and brothels with his daughter, which is odd considering he was also obsessed.
I was right, yes, she was Mary Queen of Scots' mum. Her dad was James V. Oof. So, this was before James VI of Scotland, get that one first, and James I of England. Thank you. He was our king first, thanks. So yeah, she was Mary Queen of Scots' mother. She was French and she was brilliant, I guess.
With her chastity and threatened to kill any man who made a move on her. She was a smart cookie though, and in 1687 realised that the easiest way to get around that was just to sleep with her dad's boss, the Count d'Armagnac, who he definitely couldn't kill. The Count d'Armagnac then had her married to Sieur de Maupin of Saint-Germain-en-Laye. Why do I do this to myself? I don't know. She became Madame la Maupin, thanks Twitter, or simply La Maupin, per French custom. The Count had her husband shipped off to an administrative position in the south of France, because, you know, who needs husbands? But it kept her in Paris for his own purposes. Ew. Think about the dates and then get back to me. It's ew. She was easily better at sword fighting than all of the boys in her class, and swore that when she grew up, she would outpace them as a man, as well as being, well, what else would you want to be in the 17th century? A dashing, dueling, celebrity rogue. I'm sure there were many other things people wanted to be in the 17th century, like well-fed and vaccinated. Aforementioned father's boss soon grew tired of her wild ways when she didn't hit 16 and magically become ladylike. Try not to think about how their affair had already been going on for 2 years at this point, and also the word affair doesn't really cover what was going on here, and the history does often give you the ick. La Maupin wasn't going to take her lover's disinterest lightly, so took a wandering swordsman as a new beau and headed off to wander France aimlessly and rob some people, as you do. She largely earned a living though from performing amazing swashbuckling fencing demonstrations masquerading as a man. Her skill led to rumours that she was secretly a man pretending to be a woman pretending to be a man, because no woman could be that good with a sword, right? So she started tearing her blouse off at live shows and wooing her often female audience with.
I was good with a sword. Thank you. Oh, by the way, I'd done kendo. And I learned, I was trained on bow staff and katana, and I done saber and foil like a maniac, apparently. I was really good until my joint issues started really interfering with my training. Kind of pissed off at that, really. And I miss my sensei, no longer with us.
Her chest. Apparently, she was very popular with the ladies. Being openly and proudly bisexual was an incredibly bold move in the late 1600s, when merely being alone in a room with a man could ruin your reputation, as could knowing how to read, or smiling too much, or too little. Contradictory rules and regulations, what little girls' lives are made of. Some rules we call laws, and you probably shouldn't break though. La Maupin's next lover was her first profound love, and the daughter of a wealthy merchant, but their relationship was so extremely scandalous that the girl's family shipped her off to become a nun. Oh, That didn't stop the insatiable La Maupin, though, who promptly enrolled in the convent too and started sleeping with her there. Oh, that wasn't going to be tolerated. And neither of the girls were like that keen on the godly life. So, undeterred by moral piety, La Maupin just simply exhumed the body of a recently expired nun, dragged the corpse into her girlfriend's bedroom, and just set the whole convent on fire before fleeing. It's fine. It was a valiant effort to give the illusion that they'd both died in the fire, but the love affair didn't last, as La Maupin got bored with her, and also got charged with kidnapping, body snatching and arson, which... fair, that did actually happen. La Maupin was sentenced to death, all for a love that didn't even last. It was okay in the end, though, because she went back to her old lover, Count d'Armagnac, who appealed to King Louis XIV on her behalf. And ta-da! She was pardoned, still only at the tender age of 17. Taking full advantage of this new leaf of life, she ran off to Paris and became an opera singer, known as the Mademoiselle de Maupin. According to local press at the time, she was received with rapturous applause. Bear in mind that opera singers were the entertainment celebrities of the day, but the fun ones. Not like the ones with pretty hair and coordinated Instagram feeds. No, opera singers were the rock stars of the 17th century. When another opera singer, Duminel, started bad-mouthing her and some other women, she just ambushed him, pushed a sword in his face, and then when he refused to duel with her, simply beat him with a cane until she stole his snuff box and watch. The next day, she caught him complaining that he'd been assaulted by a gang of thieves. So she publicly called him a liar and threw his property back at him, declaring that she alone had beaten him up. And then she attended a royal ball dressed as a man and spent most of the evening courting a young woman, which deeply annoyed the woman's 3 suitors. When La Maupin pushed things a little further and kissed the young lady in full view of everyone, they challenged her to a duel. She fought all 3 in one, potentially killing them in the process, which was why dueling was illegal in the first place. Don't worry though, King Louis XIV was just such a fan of her singing that he didn't even mind, and he just gave her a royal pardon. Again, she was just that great a performer. Actually, it was because, as he noted with amusement, the dueling laws governed men. They didn't say anything about women. To be fair, accounts are mixed on the actual levels of deadness of the suitors, and all of this was before she even turned 20. Indeed, she made some excellent friends and conquests through her singing, including a man named d'Albert, who didn't start things off well by attempting to pick her up with the line, "I've listened to your chirping, but now tell me of your plumage." Yeah, that one took me a moment to get as well. Anyway, she was offended enough that she whipped out her sword and fought him along with 2 of his friends, eventually driving her sword through his shoulder. She did feel a bit bad about it though later and visited him in hospital to have sex. So I guess the pickup line kind of worked. Their romantic relationship didn't last long, but they became lifelong friends. Again though, this dueling is still totally illegal. So, La Maupin fled to Belgium, where she quickly hooked up and became the mistress of the Elector of Bavaria. When he grew weary of her antics, such as, stabbing herself on stage with an actual dagger for the art, and offered her 40,000 francs to leave, La Maupin just threw the money back at him and kicked him down the stairs. Which feels like very on brand for her. Once she returned to Paris, she fell in love with the famously beautiful and very wealthy Madame la Marquise de Frenzac. Sorry, French speakers, They were blissfully happy and in love for 2 years before La Marquise died of a fever. This was a blow from which La Maupin could just not recover. She retired from the opera and joined a convent for real. It's not known what she died from, but she passed at 33, having lived a remarkably full life of adventure and drama. Contemporary accounts of her life story were then written, largely by men who were horribly offended by her action and by the fact that La Maupin just always won. They framed the tales in various pearl-clutching ways as a morality tale, adding the twist that not only did she join a convent again, but she also reunited with her husband. Totally okay if you forgot she was married throughout that. Same. I don't think she remembered either. It's annoying, although here we have a really fun and impressive bisexual figure to look up to and cherish. The only way that we're really going to know anything about her is through the disapproving gaze of a morality tale, but isn't that often the way? Who even wants to read about goody two-shoes anyway? What a boring life. She says, fully aware of the fact that she only ever got in trouble for school for wearing the wrong colour socks, and that was just because my mother hadn't washed them. So, I'm not high up there in the rebel list. I also used to get in trouble for falling over too much, and I don't think the yelling actually helped with that one, so. So, did La Maupin really have a change of heart and mend her wild ways? Well, we know not to take morality stories literally, so I very, very much doubt it. French poet and dramatist Théophile Gautier was asked to write a story about Dauphin, but instead produced the novel Mademoiselle de Maupin, published in 1835, taking aspects of the real Maupin as a starting point, but then kind of running a little wild. He viewed her life as being lived all for love. In the book, D'Albert, the chap that she stabbed through the shoulder for hitting on her, then had sex in a hospital bed with, and his fictional mistress, Brisette, are both in love with the androgynous Theodore Desraines. That was a made-up word.
Don't worry about it, sweetie. We all get distracted.
Who neither of them knows is really Madeleine de Maupin. The book integrates a performance of Shakespeare's As You Like It, which also had fun with gender and sexuality. As a part of this, La Maupin, who is passing as Theodore, plays the part of Rosalind playing Ganymede, mirroring the cross-dressing japes of the original play. The book's celebration of sensual love regardless of gender was radical in the 19th century, and it was banned by a number of authorities, including the New York Society for the Suppression of Vice. Interestingly, while La Maupin's life was certainly exceptional, her cross-dressing and open affairs with women weren't actually unheard of back in the 17th century. There are records of other women who lived by the sword and of other lesbian couples who also lived together. What is most interesting about her life, though, is just the dizzying pace of it. Most of the exciting things happened before she was 20, and I actually cut out this whole round trip around Europe side quest for disputable accuracy. What isn't in doubt, though, is that she was a woman who flouted conventions of class, gender, society, marriage, and the law. Astounding. Thank you so much for watching this latest installment of my historical profile series. I hope you really enjoyed it. Who would you like to see me talk about next? Let me know in the comments below. Remember to subscribe if you haven't already, and I will see you in my next video. Mwah. Hello lovely people! If you're new here, hi, I'm Jessica. I make entertaining and informational videos about disability, chronic illness and LGBTQ+ issues, frequently touching on how often those things overlap. Like me, a rainbow with connective tissue issues. Often I find myself talking more about physical disabilities, but really, we need to talk about mental health in the LGBTQ+ community, especially after the year that we've just had. My last video was about conversion therapy, and you can click the card in the top left of the screen to watch. And it made me think about the longer lasting effects on our community, the trauma that can stretch down generations, even if we're not actually related to one another. Content warning, there will be mention of depression, mental illness, bullying, anti-LGBTQ+ activities, and consequences. Nothing explicit, mainly stats. There's a lot of stats in this video. Did you know members of the LGBTQ+ community are more likely to experience a range of mental health problems such as depression, suicidal thoughts, self-harm, and alcohol and substance misuse? Don't get it twisted, homophobes. This isn't an innate gay issue. It's something you caused. Oh, whoops, I guess that was a spoiler for the whole video. Should probably encourage you to keep watching until at least the 10-minute mark to, help the algorithm. Well, shucks. I suppose you'll just have to make it up to me by making sure you're subscribed, because 40% of you who regularly watch my videos aren't subscribed. In all fairness, I do that too. I find a new channel, I start watching videos, 5 days later I realise I haven't even subscribed. Don't be me. Don't do that. Subscribe. And I would like to take this moment to do a special shout out to the Calgren Fozard Club members, or as I like to call them, my clubbies! Thank you so much for all of your love and support on the videos that I make on this channel. My clubbies do an amazing job of helping support me to make videos, and in return get an extra, special, private, members only video every month, and some other bonus perks that you can find out all about when you click the join button down below. It's right next to subscribe. Now, where were we? So you might think that since there have been such huge strides in recent years towards LGBTQ+ equality, that all the barriers queer people face have just been eroded, and thus we're living in a magical fairyland of unicorn acceptance for all. Okay, you're probably not thinking that. According to the charity Stonewall, half of LGBTQ+ people experienced depression in the last year. And in this video, we're going to look back at the history, talk about why we're still not where we want to be today, and think about how we can move forwards in the future. But again, For the people in the back, being LGBTQ+ does not cause these problems. The reason why those of us with LGBTQ+ identities are more likely to get mental health problems are very complicated, and there are still barriers to accessing adequate physical and mental health care. Side note, I am using LGBTQ+ as an umbrella term, but we're all unique and don't exist as a single group. Also, many people deal with the same issues but don't know for sure that they are on the rainbow spectrum or where they fit, what their label is, if they even like the idea of having a label. Hey, they might never even want a label, and that is totally fine. But they'll be dealing with the same, similar, or at least highly relatable issues when it comes to being negatively impacted by wider society, whether or not they fit into traditional categories of sexuality and gender. Historical issues. Early attitudes towards homosexuality in the Western world were rooted in Christian ideals, which upheld sex as being intended purely for procreation, and thus homosexual acts were considered sinful, as they could not result in reproduction. I don't know who told them that though, because I got my wife pregnant, so... Religious attitudes carried over into secular law, and by the 16th century homosexuality had become a felony, punishable by death in England. An equally negative view of homosexuality existed in the medical community as well. Since homosexuality was viewed as a vice, homosexuals were therefore choosing to sin, and medical professionals felt they needed to eradicate the vice by finding and curing the cause of homosexual behaviour. Neurologist Jean-Martin Charcot suggested in the 1860s that homosexuality was entirely inherited rather than acquired from the environment. He based his opinion on his own observations that homosexuality did not respond to hypnotic treatments. Because obviously hypnosis is the only true way to map the genome. As I mentioned in last week's video on conversion therapy, which you can watch by clicking the link in the top left of the screen, there were other researchers who did not agree with Charcot's views. Amongst them was Richard von Krafft-Ebing, a German psychiatrist who was one of the first scientists to study sexual deviance. He believed that all sexual perversions, including homosexuality, were the result of a combination of environmental and inherited factors. This is bizarrely fascinating, but Krafft-Ebing viewed sexual behaviours through the lens of 19th century Darwinian theory. He and many other scientists felt that all non-procreative sexual behaviours should be regarded as forms of psychopathology, since they were not evolutionarily adaptive. I know! If you're not having sex with a mate chosen to best carry your genes into bettering the human race, then why are you even bothering? Clearly you're not sane. Laws criminalising homosexual acts later appeared in the United States as well, continuing to legitimise these views, which are wild. In 1952, when the American Psychological Association published the first Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, DSM, it classified certain types of sexual behaviours as mental disorders, and thus became a fairly reliable map of the moral hierarchy of sexual activities at the time. The first edition of the manual classified homosexuality as a sociopathic personality disturbance. In the second edition, published in 1968, it reclassified homosexuality as a sexual deviation, continuing to label these types of sexual behaviours as abnormal. The classification of homosexuality as a mental disorder by the APA had a huge impact on the LGBTQ+ community, as well as on the public's view of homosexuality in general. Since it was supposedly based on scientific findings, it was difficult for people to dispute views which held them as deviant. Anything you say, any argument you want to make, any injustice you wish to rail against, any polite words you want to pass the day with, all can be dismissed immediately because you're unwell. The classification gives scientific, science does not come into this, sweetie, don't pretend. Well, okay, the classification gave supposed scientific weight to the opposition of homosexuality. It wasn't about God anymore. You couldn't just make some atheist arguments to get out of this homophobic drama. Having professionals label homosexuals as abnormal, pathological, and deviant had a huge impact on the community, which was just then beginning its fight for acceptance in mainstream society. Thus, the fight for the reversal of the APA diagnosis became the focus of the gay rights movement. When a thing you cannot change about yourself is labelled in such a way, it is understandably going to have a very negative impact on your mental health. When discrimination against you is legalised, it is also clearly, obviously going to have a negative impact on your mental health. I have a video about Section 28 in the pipeline, but that's a whole thing. Homosexuality was seen as part of the problem, and this was only changed legally within my own lifetime, which blows my mind when I think about it. I was already born when in 1990 the World Health Organization removed homosexuality from their list of mental illnesses. It only became legal for me to marry my wife in 2014, the year we met. And only legal in England anyway. LGBTQ+ people have been here all this time, but we're only just starting to get rights. And we don't have all of them. I'm going to really briefly touch on the situation with the transgender community, but it is a lot more complex, so I would suggest that you do some research and watch the following videos. Kat Black has so many wonderful videos on her channel about her experiences, but in Why Trans People Will Never Be Accepted, she talks about tolerance as being, well, come on now, we all know it's not good enough. Also, go and watch ContraPoint's Gender Critical, because it's a really good video and you'll learn a lot and there's history in it. I think for those who aren't trans and maybe just have a vague idea of what TERF means, it does a really good job of filling in the blanks. And of course I have to recommend my lovely Jammy Dodger Jamie's channel. His video, How I Legally Changed My Sex, gives a really good overview of the legal process in the UK and how things work here. Right, so there are two guidelines that doctors use to diagnose mental health conditions. One of those is called the International Classification of Diseases, ICD. The other is called the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, which we just discussed, DSM. Until recently, the ICD listed all gender identity disorders as mental health disorders, much like homosexuality had once been. But in ICD 11, meaning the 11th one they published, the term gender identity disorders was removed from the mental health category and a new section on gender incongruence was included in the conditions related to sexual health chapter. For the trans community, this is seen as a very positive step. Your gender identity being different to the sex that you were assumed to be at birth is no longer seen as a mental health illness. So that's being trans as a concept, a way of being. Place that in one space. So then we have gender dysphoria, which is listed in the DSM. Gender dysphoria refers to the distress people feel when their sex does not match their gender identity, not the actual just existing. When this causes a lot of distress, it can be defined as a disorder. However, there is controversy over whether gender dysphoria should be classified as a mental health disorder in the DSM. It is worth noting that separate to the issue of whether or not gender dysphoria should be considered a mental health disorder, trans people do on average have a higher rate of mental health problems, but again, being LGBTQ+ does not make your mental health bad. Being LGBTQ+ and forced to try and fit into a cis-het world does. But everything is all totally fine now, right? Because we're in a perfectly fine modern world in which everything is accepted. I'm so sorry. Modern day. Okay, time for some good stuff, right? It's important to remember that embracing your LGBTQ+ identity has a positive impact on your well-being. Discovering who you are is never a bad thing. Even if you don't initially like what you find, it's the first step on the path to acceptance, and it decreases your inner turmoil, which leads to increased confidence and self-worth. Because you're not fighting yourself internally, you'll probably also have improved relationships with those around you, like your friends and hopefully your family. Once you know who you are, you'll be able to find others who are similar to you and thus gain a community and a sense of belonging. And having gone through all of this turmoil to the freedom of self-expression and self-acceptance means you'll have increased resilience. Basically, LGBTQ+ people are marvellous. Fact. And here's where I may be losing those of you who don't identify under the umbrella. Not because you don't think LGBTQ+ people are marvellous. I mean, you're watching my channel, so you're obviously a delightful human yourself. But you may be thinking, you just told me about a lot of history, Jessica, and I know things were bad in the past, but they're much better now. Well, firstly, calm your boots. That's pretty Eurocentric of you. It's still illegal to be LGBTQ+ in 70 countries, and you could be given the death penalty in 12 of them. Despite it being 30 years since homosexuality was declassified as a disease, only 65% of those living in UN countries around the world can now be legally in consensual same-sex relationships. And it hits close to home too. A recent mental health study by Stonewall in the UK showed that 67% of trans people had experienced depression in the previous year, and 46% had thought of ending their life. Looking around at the despicable way the tabloid media can behave, and yes, I'm just throwing certain morning entertainment programs in with tabloid as well, it's not super surprising. If someone tells you that they don't believe LGBTQ+ people still have it hard and thus don't deserve to have poor mental health or some such baloney, then here are some facts you can hit them with. Bullying. According to Rethink Mental Illness, more than half of LGBTQ+ identified young people experience homophobic, biphobic or transphobic bullying in Britain's schools, and 50% of those have symptoms of depression. And that's just the people who are willing or able to recognise that as a factor in why they're being bullied. This is obviously heightened in young people who are LGBTQ+, but also black, Asian or minority ethnic, disabled, chronically ill, neurodiverse, or from a socially economically deprived background, and may be getting bullied for multiple reasons. There is never a good reason to bully a person. There is only your own insecurity. Hate crimes. Like bullying, but grounding you clearly isn't going to cut it. A hate crime is a crime committed against a person because of their race, sexuality, religion, gender identity, or disability. Unsurprisingly, members of the LGBTQ+ community are at a greater risk of experiencing hate crime compared to heterosexual people. Because heterophobia isn't really a thing. In 2013, 1 in 6 LGBTQ+ adults had experienced a hate crime or incident in the last 3 years. British people, if you've experienced a hate crime, please report it by calling 999 in an emergency or 101 at other times to contact your local police force. Also check the @StonewallUK account as they have some great advice. Other countries, please do drop your info into the comments. Coming out. You might have had an easy coming out story. You might have had a really difficult time. You might be stuck in the process or scared to start. And you may even find yourself having to come out every single day. Yes, that's my wife. Yes, wife, like wives, plural. No, not a Mormon thing. It's important to remember that whilst for some people coming out is a relief and it's exciting, for others they may experience homophobia, biphobia, transphobia, or bigotry in general and just feel they have to hide their true selves, which causes stress and negatively impacts their mental well-being. This can lead to negative feelings about your own sexuality or gender identity, where you turn others' hateful comments inwards.
Hello, Igloo, my Canadian comrade. Welcome in. How are you? Hope everything's going well in BC. Mwah. We are watching Jessica Kelgren-Fozard. She is delightful. She is lovely. Really good lesbian and brilliant at videos, especially about queer history. She is good. We love Jessica here. And some horrible chatters earlier on called her a ginger nut. Ginger people are gorgeous.
This can be called internalized homophobia or transphobia. Aging. Talking about getting older on the internet? Goodness, radical. Not really, this platform isn't just for Gen Z, you know. It was still illegal to be gay when my parents were born. Many older members of our community, who aren't even that old, experienced ill treatment because of their sexual orientation or gender identity in the past. This may have impacted them physically, but it certainly hurt them mentally and emotionally. This could have been at work, from authority figures, or their own family. There's also the issue of care. Many older LGBTQ people worry that their sexual orientation will negatively impact people in care roles see them and the help that they are given. Healthcare. According to a recent government survey, around 1 in 8 LGBTQ+ people have experienced unequal treatment from healthcare staff because they are LGBTQ+. 1 in 7 have avoided treatment for fear of discrimination. Pre-pandemic, of LGBTQ+ people who accessed healthcare service, 70% of gay and bisexual men experienced inappropriate curiosity by healthcare professionals. 30% of lesbians and 23% of bisexual women experienced inappropriate curiosity from healthcare staff. 27% of trans people were outed by healthcare staff without their consent, and 23% of people surveyed had heard negative or discriminatory remark about LGBTQ+ people by healthcare staff. No. No, okay. Workplace harassment. Since we're on a roll with me just throwing figures at you, 19% of LGBT employees have experienced verbal bullying from colleagues, customers, or service users because of their sexual orientation in the last 5 years. 25% of trans people are made to use an inappropriate toilet in the workplace, or none at all during the early stages of transition. Over 10% of trans people experienced being verbally abused, and 6% were physically assaulted at work. You know, the place where we're all meant to be behaving like adults, professional adults. Cultural pressures. LGBTQ+ people who are also non-white or culturally from a country or society that is less embracing of sexuality and gender identity may face additional discrimination. This can come from their families and culture, the LGBTQ+ community, or both. Black, Asian and minority ethnic LGBTQ+ people. By the way, that is the term that we use in Britain, BAME, rather than person of colour. I keep forgetting to mention that in videos and then deeply confusing people. The BAME LGBTQ+ community are 62% more likely to experience depression, but also over half have experienced discrimination from others in their local LGBTQ+ community because of their ethnicity, which just what? How can you expect people to be open and accepting but not model that behaviour? Be the good you want to see in the world, people. In a figure from 2019, half of LGBTQ+ adults were said to have suffered from depression in the last year. I don't have statistics for 2020, but I would put money on them not being better. So if you are feeling this way too, please know that you are not alone. It's hard to believe that some people think we in the LGBTQ+ community no longer face difficulties in our daily lives due to our sexuality or gender identity, but for many, it is the everyday reality. It's important that we open up conversations and talk about it more, that we come together to give support and to fight prejudice. It's also important that mental health charities and providers develop an LGBTQ+ inclusive approach to improving services alongside community members and organisations. You can't just assume people's needs, you have to actually ask them. We need to support every individual in and out of the community. When Linda McFarlane's Diagnosis Homophobic, a report on the experiences of gay men, lesbians and bisexuals in mental health services was released in 1995, its harrowing tales of their traumas within NHS services rocked the profession. But sadly, when Stonewall's Unhealthy Attitudes report was published a full 20 years later, it was still able to highlight that although much progress had been made, many LGBTQ+ NHS staff and patients still experience discrimination. If you're struggling with your mental health, it's important that you reach out to get help, even if you feel like there is no one to reach out to, even if you feel that you've tried before and didn't get the help you needed. Let someone know if you are struggling. Sometimes even just sharing with a stranger on the internet can help. It's worth noting that studies have shown coming out to just one supportive person, even an acquaintance or a co-worker you don't even know that well, even an acquaintance or a co-worker that you don't even know that well but know can safely keep your secret, may lessen feelings of depression and increase your overall sense of well-being compared to someone who does not come out at all. People often ask me how to help their friends and loved ones who are ill, and I think the same advice applies here. Don't tell them to keep fighting. Don't tell them that it gets better is the only acceptable narrative, but instead just take a moment and really listen. We're all on our own winding paths, and the journey to being comfortable and happy with who you are moves at different paces for all of us. You'll get there, but in the meantime, it is perfectly valid to feel your feelings. It's perfectly okay to not be okay. Just because people in the past had it worse doesn't mean that you can't be in pain now. I'm going to leave links in the description to some LGBTQ+ charities who can help you if you've been affected by anything we talked about today. In the meantime, stay safe, take care, spread kindness, and I'll see you in my next video.
Hello lovely people and welcome back to Queer History 101. Now, for those of you who are new here or might have maybe missed a few videos, hi, hello, hit subscribe. Did you know my analytics tell me when you're watching without subscribing? I know! I'm Jessica, and in this series I unpick LGBTQ+ history across the ages to share with you some bits you might not have heard of or discovered. It's all about making history just that little bit more colourful. Today I'm going to be talking about the Victorian concept of the lesbian third gender, and the history of how gender and sexuality were discussed and classified in the 20th century. Why are we looking at the Victorians specifically then? Well, other than having a vast and glorious selection of top-hatted women, which... fabulous. This period in time, beginning from the early to mid-1800s and lasting into the early 1900s, has been described as pivotal in its contribution to modern language and attitudes around sexuality and gender norms for Western-based cultures, and the cultures that they just decided to stamp their own culture onto, obviously. Essentially, it was a time where there were very strict rules for women. Don't wear your hair down, don't ride a bike, and definitely don't wear trousers. And just the thought of an ankle. But it was also a surprising period in history, full of experimentation, rebellion, and bending of gender expression across the spectrum of society, no matter how you identified. Interestingly, the notion of a third category for gender has been around for a long time. Within Victorian society, many rules of behaviour tied together gender performance and status with strict codes covering what was socially acceptable and what wasn't. It wasn't that these were necessarily lists of rules literally written on a wall. Try to think of it more as a no shirt, no service sign. You don't need to say it unless you're one of the places that really needs to say it. This, of course, included how women styled their hair being of the utmost importance. If you were below the marrying age, then it was perfectly acceptable to wear it down, and they actually styled it pretty much the same way for boys and girls. Good luck working out which one is the prince in this painting. But once girls from good families had reached a certain age, their hair was pulled up and certainly would not be down in public, or else they might be mistaken for a sex worker. Or, just a working class woman who did not have the time to stick 5,000 pins into her head today. Oosh, I'd love to see them read a copy of Vogue. I think they'd have heart palpitations. In fact, the Victorians were so obsessed with social status that as long as you kept up appearances in the streets, whatever you did in the sheets, unless someone reported you, which I'll talk about a bit later, was your own business. In their eyes, gender was more important than sexuality, and not adhering to social norms was enough to ungender you and place you in this third category, which they called inverted, making someone an invert. If you were an invert, you didn't belong to either gender, and thus were an outcast from society. And yes, I imagine you can see the echoes with the old-fashioned homophobic argument that same-sex attraction is just inverted narcissism, which is bizarre, because no. But here's the list of things that could place you in the invert category: riding a bike as a woman, having short hair as a woman, studying in a man's field as a woman, like finance, law or business, and going to university as, you guessed it, a woman. It was thought that such acts, if women were allowed to pursue them, would arrest the development of their reproductive system and then just render them incapable of birthing and raising a family. Again, another excellent and accurate observation of the time. And cross-dressing, especially for men, who were not only ungendered but given the nickname fairy. Interestingly, in the early Victorian period, before the rise of psychological and sexual studies, effeminate men who were attracted to other effeminate men were thought of as masculine, as they were still technically attracted to the stereotypical female aesthetics and tropes in their love interest of choice, albeit male. Thank you to BetterHelp for sponsoring this video. If you find yourself resonating with some of what we talked about today and feel you need someone to talk to, then maybe BetterHelp is just what you're looking for. BetterHelp will assess your needs and match you with your own licensed therapist. With their network of over 20,000 professionals, including not only professionals who identify as LGBTQ+ themselves, but also who specialise in those areas. You can start communicating with your therapist in as little as 48 hours, which is perfect. If you have a family like me, then you will understand time is very precious when you have a baby, I gotta say. When I'm looking for therapy, I really need it to work to my schedule. BetterHelp's main priority is to make sure you feel as comfortable as possible. You can adjust timings, and even your therapist, you can switch between them so quickly. You don't even need to tell the therapist. There's no face-to-face. There's no like, I'm letting you go now. I found some other therapist that I'm going to talk to. You don't have to worry about it. BetterHelp handles it. It's okay. If you find that sitting in a traditional waiting room for your therapist just isn't your thing, there are a number of different ways that you can talk to a BetterHelp therapist. Yes, you can video call, but you can also phone call, you can instant message, you can leave journal entries. There are so many different ways that you can get in contact with each other. There's going to be something that works for you. If you're interested in trying BetterHelp, I have a special offer for my followers. 10% off your first month when you sign up using the link in the description. Because please, don't be like the Victorians and hide your feelings. When you need help, accept it and grow. Be the best you can be. Like all periods of history, however, people did not adhere to a strict binary. The gender spectrum, existing since always. Chevalier d'Eon, a French spy and diplomat who was born in 1728, had a very fluid gender expression. They spent nearly half of their life presenting in masculine clothing and identifying as male, but the Chevalier in their older years appeared in Queen Elizabeth's court dressed in feminine clothes, requesting recognition from the French government in their identity as a woman. Transgender people struggled to be recognised and respected in a world where gender was fully black and white, partially because it wasn't understood and partially because it was seen as an act rather than an identity. Now, interestingly, in the Americas, the cultures of indigenous people at that time were incredibly diverse. In fact, tribes across the country had complex languages to include multiple genders and sexualities. Whilst each tribe is different, a common phrase has emerged in modern times to denote some Native Americans who feel they have multiple genders inside of them and fulfill a third gender or gender variant ceremonial and societal role in their cultures, and that phrase is Two-Spirit. Of note though, that is an umbrella English language term that can serve as a unifier and be helpful to a general audience, sort of specifically in distinguishing between native and non-native LGBTQ+ people and the kind of culturally specific roles that people fulfill. One very famous Two-Spirit was an Apache known as Lozen, who was born in 1840 and described by her brother to be as strong as a man, braver than most, and cunning in strategy. Lozen is a shield to her people. Lozen actually acted as a mediator between the US Army and Geronimo's band until she was sadly imprisoned and died of tuberculosis. Another famous Two-Spirit was Wiwa of the Zuni, who was born in 1849. Wiwa was an ambassador for her people and highly respected by her community. Two-spirited people held prominent positions within their tribes, but sadly maintaining their traditions was very difficult during the 1800s and 1900s due to colonialisation and the opposing views on gender that were imposed by Victorian society. Many Two-Spirit people were tragically forced to adhere by missionaries, boarding schools, and the US government. Back in England, expectations around intimate and marital relationships had become very strict, putting pressure on Victorian LGBTQ+ folks. This is when we saw a lot of social fronts being put on, including things such as lavender marriages, where a gay man and a gay woman present publicly in a heterosexual manner, but be free to explore their own identities behind closed doors, hidden signals within clothing such as green and red neckties amongst the queer community of New York to indicate sexuality, and many more. And this is just scratching the surface. Did you know that green carnation became a queer symbol in 1892 when Oscar Wilde encouraged a few of his friends to wear them on the opening night of his comedy Lady Windermere's Fan, and from there on, wearing one was a hint that you liked other men. Also during this time period, we started to see an uprising of the anti-suffrage movement, a counter-movement opposing a widespread group of women who were working hard to have their voices heard, and ultimately allowed the right to politically vote. This movement was not just comprised of men, but also of women, who believed that they themselves should not be allowed an opinion in what was ultimately a political realm devised and run by heterosexual cisgender men for heterosexual cisgender men. At this time, around the late 1800s, self-proclaimed sexologists Richard von Krafft-Ebing and Havelock Ellis were also working away on their own research and announced to the world that they had pioneered the so-called scientific study of sexuality, creating categories for homosexuality and heterosexuality. So unfortunately these categories were entirely socially constructed concepts where folks were kind of deemed to be either normal or perverse, and is entirely unhelpful and damaging announcement that has ultimately paved the way for many people to be justified in their homophobic attitudes in the decades that have followed. So nice work, gentlemen, thanks for that. Brilliant. It is important to note, however, that this classification, which started in the Victorian era, is incredibly pivotal in gender and sexuality studies globally. Labels can be a bad thing if they're applied to us by other people, but labels can also be a really good thing if they're something that we are owning, we are choosing, and we're deciding, hey, yeah, that's me. Prior to the development of these concepts, we'll call them concepts, there's no more to it than that. If you enjoyed the company of the same sex, didn't play into your assigned gender role, or were a woman and just goddamn wanted to wear your top hat, poodle down to the shops on your bike, then such a thing may have been viewed more as actions and behaviours. However, after these studies, these actions became identities that were subject to the judgment of wider society. So to put it simply, cross-dressing or having intimate relations with the same sex used to be a thing you did rather than what you were. And obviously, there are pros and cons to identity. And it's important to note here that one of the things that this perhaps accidentally did help our community with is that your LGBTQ+ identity is about you. One of the things I really hated when I was younger was being questioned with, but how can you know you're gay if you've not kissed a girl? And I was like, well, not kissed a boy either, so why do you think I'm straight? Because your sexuality doesn't necessarily have to be about you in relation to other people. It can just be about you, because in fact, it is. It's you as a human being. It's not how other people perceive you. Unfortunately though, the development of psychology and sexology as fields of study lent critical voices a highly pathologized foundation upon which to build their arguments. The anti-suffrage movement, whether by intention or not, integrated the frameworks of homosexuality and gender expression established by these fields of study into their media and public statements. The result was a campaign which effectively attacked not only the women's movement, but all forms of gender variance. Further, the notion of androgyny put forth by the movement reflected a misogynistic hostility towards any form of gender-bending expression. Oh, you want to vote? You must hate your husband and children. In the Victorian era, lesbian or bisexual acts by women were not uncommon, and they were never actually made illegal, unlike their male counterparts whose homosexual acts, even those done in private, were strictly criminalised against by the introduction of something called the Labouchere Amendment. The Labouchere Amendment came about after a series of events in Los Angeles during the 1890s called All Fools' Night, where men and women could attend an evening in lavish outfits, masquerading as opposite genders, expressing their creative sides, dancing, drinking and partying. Think Victorian Pride, but instead of people eating a doner kebab outside of a nightclub at 3 a.m, they had ball gowns and a peacock platter. So a group of people really didn't like this and accosted the LA City Council to draw up something called Ordinance 5022, which made it illegal for men to masquerade as women and women to masquerade as men. This was in place all across the West until the mid-20th century. It meant that anyone convicted of sodomy or buggery, as they were called, were subjected to years of imprisonment with hard labour and spirit-breaking abuse, or they could be sentenced to death. One of the most high-profile victims of the Labouchere Amendment was the famous playwright, author and aesthetics lecturer Oscar Wilde. In 1891, after keeping his sexual identity a secret, Wilde entered into a relationship with Lord Alfred Douglas, the son of the Marquess of Queensberry. The Marquess aggressively harassed Wilde until she accused him of the illegal act of sodomy, where he was sentenced to 2 years in prison. He was never the same when he returned, and his creative spark had completely burnt out, leading to his early death only 3 years after his release. So why weren't lesbians included in this then? Well, it's said that the authors of the amendment may have excluded lesbianism for fear of alerting more women in society to the possibility, thus rendering an influx of top-hatted lesbians coming out of the closet and sending the fear of God through the straight women in Victorian England that they would be turned to a life of Birkenstocks, dogs and shopping for houseplants. Sounds dreamy to me. Probably just dogs and Birkenstocks, I know. There's also a rumour that lesbians weren't included because Queen Victoria just didn't believe in them. Peak Queen Victoria. And thus they found that the best way to deal with
Interesting. No lesbians in Victorian England. Really? Victoria? There were, trust me. Oh, hands up who's seen Tipping the Velvet. I loved that series. It was brilliant. Oh my god. It's 4:30. I think after I've finished this I'll finish up. I need to have a little bit of a nap so I can... Oh, by the way, it's my birthday today. Yay! Happy birthday me. Going for curry. Going for a couple of pints. Then we'll see how I feel after that. It'll be fun. I think that was Super Hubby closing my door over a bit more. I couldn't get it to close earlier on. I don't know what's wrong with it.
the lesbian problem was just to consider them an other. Desexed, if you will. Not quite women, but not men. Just sort of there. And whilst it's never great to be ignored, at least these lesbians who were just considered the third gender weren't suffering like many of their male counterparts. Many roots of homophobia can be traced back to this time period, stemming from the fear of the unknown and non-conformist attitudes of those who we now know were part of the LGBTQ+ community. As time progressed, these Victorian laws and amendments have transformed into the modern-day legislation that we are aware of across the globe. The Labouchere Amendment and following legislation that criminalised same-sex relationships between men was finally scrapped in 1967 in the United Kingdom, allowing freedom for the LGBTQ+ community to finally have their voices heard. For me, Pride Month is about more than just celebrating where we're at right now, but also looking back to the past to see what we can learn from in terms of how much further we have to go in the many places around the world where acceptance is not where it needs to be. Studying LGBTQ+ history is an important tool to help those of us with greater freedoms appreciate them and also not take them for granted. I'm aware I personally live in a very accepting bubble. I'm able to marry the woman I love, we have a gorgeous baby together. We're not even the only same-sex parents at his nursery, and we're certainly not the only parents in our LGBTQ+ friend group, but we also live in a very accepting city. And even though our country as a whole is very progressive, we do factor in that when we eventually live our dreams of moving to the countryside, it will just be to the outskirts of this same very accepting city because we feel comfortable here. Pride Month is for the whole community. Whether you're out to everyone, whether you've told no one, even if you're still questioning your feelings yourself. So happy Pride Month to you! If you've enjoyed this video and you'd like to see more queer history content from me, then firstly, subscribe! And secondly, click the card in the top left-hand corner of the screen and let's have some fun together. Thank you so much for watching. Please let me know in the comments if you knew about the history of Victorian lesbians already, or if you learned something new today. Thank you again to BetterHelp for sponsoring this video. Remember, you get 10% off your first month when you sign up using the link in the description, and you help to keep the channel going. It's betterhelp.com/Jessica, that's better, H-E-L-P, all one word. Thank you for watching and I'll see you next time.
My lovely comrades, I will just end up and you can go to wherever. So I'll have a nap for, what's that, 20 to 5. Need to wash my hair. Need to wash myself, obviously. Put on the war paint. And get dressed. In pretty outfit. I'm still debating wearing beret. Or maybe something else. Thank you all. It has been lovely tonight. I will see you all later. Have a good day and stay based.